How's it going, everybody? I'm Beelzebub. Welcome to my channel. So, the long-awaited Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has been coming since the Obama administration, as I recall, has finally happened. Um, and I gotta say, the only surprise that I have is that it has taken this long. That's the only surprise that I can think of that I have. That's it. It took the entire well, actually, I can't say I'm surprised that it took the Trump administration, considering how many of the officials under that administration were convicted for talking to fucking Russian diplomats. But given that information, I am unsurprised that Russia is now doing shit. I'm not surprised that it's taken Russia this long because, well, they had everything they wanted under Trump. Trump capitulated and capitulated and was happy to do Russia's bidding because, well, his family owed a significant financial debt to them. We're not surprised by that. What surprises me is that Russia would be so brazen in their invasion of Ukraine. I mean, they only a week of saying we have no intent to invade Kuwait, or not Kuwait, sorry. My brain is trying to go back to the first Gulf War, which I wasn't even alive for. They're trying to say that they had no intention of invading Ukraine after only a week, and then they do it. I mean, Jesus Christ, even the US is better at pretending they're not intending to do that kind of thing. And don't get me wrong, the US has a couple decades of pretending to not wanting to go to war on Russia because Russia hasn't been able to go to war on the international stage for that long. I mean, the last time Russia was able to pretend they weren't going to war was the Soviet Union existed. So now I'm hoping to get a kind of roundtable sort of thing going. So Godless Sewing, if you would like to hop in, you have my Beelzebub account. You should be able to message me. Hop in, please. Actually, let me make 100% certain here. Add people. Godless Sewing, that guy. I can't add you. Okay, hang on. One more second. All right, give me one more second, pal. And I'll send you an invite individually. RUB. Don't ask why I say that like I'm a pirate, but I do. So, yeah, no, obviously I'm totally against this invasion. And that's what it is. Let's not play the Tucker Carlson game and pretend like it's anything other than an invasion, because it is. It's ow. It's not like the Damascus or whatever region. It's definitely not Damascus. It's I don't know. I'm drunk. But the simple fact is that Ukrainian territory does not belong to Russia. And the people that are pretending otherwise, they're just absurd. And I mean, there have already been hundreds of deaths attributed to this invasion. Hello, Klaus. Welcome. I apologize for probably saying your name wrong. I've had several of these. But I don't know. Like, I just finished this discussion on Twitter with Inane Dragon and Ansgar Odinson. I saw Russia being a threat on the world stage a decade ago, roughly. And my roommate at the time laughed at me. Everyone else I spoke to laughed at me, and here we are. I mean, my prediction that Russia was going to be a threat is the entire reason that I studied the Russian language. It's the entire reason I studied any amount of Russian history. I knew that they were going to be a threat. And all I had to do was look at history before that to figure it out. And hang on a second. So the big takeaway here is that I don't know. Like, so my thing is that sure, during the Cold War, Russia was a threat. Then the Soviet Union kind of disintegrated as it would have. But I mean, to think that a country as big as Russia would just kind of lay back and let the world stage do whatever it wanted. I mean, Klaus, you're absolutely entitled to that thought, and I hope you're right. Absolutely, I do. I don't see it. The other day, I was doing DoorDash, as I do, because that is, since I was illegally fired from my job, the way I make money. I was listening to NPR because really all I have is the radio there because my car is old enough to order its own alcoholic beverage. So the only option I have is the radio unless I want a CD that'll skip endlessly. But I I don't even remember where I was taking that. I'm sorry. I truly am. But I don't know. Like this whole situation with Russia. I mean, this is something that I saw coming a long time ago. Hey, Godless Sewing is here. How's it going, bud?
Well, how are you doing?
I've been drinking, so I could be worse.
I hear you. I hear you. I've been trying to avoid the Russia situation because I knew that Putin was going to invade. But how do
Anyone with
you?
two brain cells to rub together.
I have a question though. How do you feel about the propaganda machine on both sides, as far as the media in general? Do you feel that it was warranted? Or do you feel that Biden was talking up may have talked himself into World War III.
Well, okay. So as far as the invasion of Ukraine, um, I think this is where I was going actually earlier. I was listening to NPR the other day, and they had
Mhm.
this expert on Russian politics on, and they said that, yeah, of course, this was coming. This was always coming, especially with Vladimir Putin as the head of Russia, because Russia has a bit of a storied history with authoritarianism.
Yeah.
And Vladimir Putin, I mean, being a former KGB officer, he's not fond of threats to his power. And this being president of Russia is kind of his last ditch effort at power, because if he's deposed, he's done. And the thing with invading Ukraine is to kind of assert himself, because he sees these Western democracies as a threat. And if democracy is something that comes to Russia, actually comes to Russia, he's done.
And no, I agree with you. And, you know, our way of life does destroy countries like Russia. We don't even have to fire a shot.
Yeah.
It's quite literally our way of life. So I can totally see how we're a threat to Putin. But to play devil's advocate even more, does Russia have the right to live in a NATO free zone?
See,
do they have the right to say? Do they have the right to say, I don't want these people near me?
Well, okay. So here's kind of my thing, right? I don't give a shit about NATO. I
Technically, they helped invade Iraq and Afghanistan, and there's a list that I got off NPR too.
I mean, NPR is great, man. I mean,
there's like
where I live at is 106.3. Goddamn, yes, I'm on it. I love listening to NPR. It's how I knew that I was an old man before anyone else did.
I'm big on freedom and sovereignty, and I'm playing devil's advocate because Putin is a dictator, but I don't live there.
Absolutely.
I don't live there, and as a selfish American, is it our right to legislate somebody else's freedom? Is it for us to say, because there's lots of people I don't like, I'm not going to go tell them what to do,
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're suggesting to them what to do. If you're suggesting that you get vaccinated, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay, but that helps the greater good.
It does, and it actually in no way infringes on personal freedoms, because all it is a little needle in the arm. Maybe you feel bad for a day or two.
Yeah,
but when you're talking about what Russia's doing right now, I mean, you are literally ass fucking without lube. Actually, the lube you're using is lemon juice.
Oof.
The sovereignty of a neighboring country.
That's the hairy question in the room.
Yeah. Now, as an American, do I actually have room to talk? I do. Because I'm not in favor of violating the sovereignty of another nation.
But as Americans, we have, though. And I'm playing devil's advocate.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
Like, I come from a military family.
I was in the military, bud.
Yeah, you served, the list goes on and on. Like, we already know, My brother was old and overweight, and he went back to Iraq as an observer because he was there in 91, We don't respect sovereignty. That's my whole point. Like, at a certain and I'm not saying that Russia has the right to do anything they're doing, but at a certain point, like, because America, we're fucked up here. Do you know what's going on in Texas right now? With the yeah,
buddy.
that's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm one of those people that's take care of your problems first, and then we can go, you know, put democracy in
See,
Russia.
you see, right now I'm not concerned with putting democracy in Russia, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Uh, because my problem is actually with what you just said. It's Jordan Peterson's clean your room thing.
Uh-huh.
I have kind of a problem with that. Mostly because Jordan Peterson's an idiot.
Oh, he's a race baiter too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he recently tweeted, has anybody noticed that the casting agency for commercials has changed or something recently?
The demographics of the world they're reflecting the demographics of the world, not the Western world of the world.
Yeah. It's like, oh no, there are gay and black people in commercials now. Oh no. Jordan, we wouldn't want people just like me on.
I think also and it happens to me too. We exist in our 2-minute universes, and we think that's what reflects everything else, and then by no means does it.
Yeah.
But my whole thing is, it's not that I could care less about Russia. It's just we have our own problems in America.
We have a lot of problems, but I mean, we've already kind of imposed ourselves as this absurd world policeman, and the problems I have with that are kind of a thing.
But also, like but us in the UK, we sold weapons, and the UK we sold weapons to both sides. We sold to both sides, so and the UK as well. So
I'm not sure we sold anything to Russia.
Oh, the UK has. I gotta check it. I'm getting my information from Kate Smurthwaite, who is my hero, but she found some company that was selling to both sides, and it was from the UK.
Oh.
Yeah,
I do actually have a big understanding of what's going on here, and it takes a bit to explain it, but I can do it if you like. I've got maps.
Oh, by all means.
I'll give you the screen. Hang on, let me try to remember how to do this.
These colors don't run, but they don't come with maps either.
I gotta find the maps.
Americans don't know how to read maps. All right, Lori, you got the screen.
Okay, I'm screen sharing for you. Okay, so let's just do that. There we go. So this is Europe. So we got the UK and France and Spain. So we had the Russian Empire, okay, which became the Soviet Union after 1917 when they had the revolution. So and here we've got Ukraine. So Ukraine sits on the Black Sea, and that leads into the Mediterranean. So actually, let me go back to that because I can read the top, so I know where I'm going. Anyway, so what happens is here you've got Ukraine, and so part of the Soviet Union. So we're going to go back to the Soviet Union. So what happened is we then ended up with Nazi Germany. So we're talking 1936, kind of 33 onwards. But effectively what happened was Nazi Germany, they decided that they were going to, start to expand, and so they started by going into Austria and Czechoslovakia and Poland. And then, sort of into France and Norway and, sort of Netherlands, Belgium, all that kind of area, Denmark. But they were aided by other Axis powers, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and of course, Italy. So, well, that enabled the Nazis to go and take sort of Yugoslavia, which is this one here, and Greece and Albania. So, well, then they decided they were going to push further, and they started to push into Russia. And Russia's like, no, no, no. And so they pushed them back. And they pushed them back, and they pushed them back. And so that was roughly what the state of play was at the end of World War II. So when Europe was freed, this whole orange zone was, literally this is being created while Churchill was giving his, Iron Curtain speech. So what they did as a part of this, they put in all these puppet states in there, communist-friendly, Soviet-friendly puppet states. And what it did is it acted as a buffer zone, because this is the most important thing to remember about all this, is that Russia is paranoid about its borders. It's paranoid that another Germany could just rush straight in, and you just wait. From the Russian point of view, you only have to switch Nazi to NATO. That's the mindset for because obviously you got the Cold War and that
Really, really quick. This is why I made that comment earlier about would you let NATO at your borders, bub? Because this is exactly what's happening.
Ironically, this is exactly what I'm going to explain. So what happens is you then end up with NATO coming along. So it starts, you got Belgium and Denmark. Look at the expansion here. So these are the early members. So Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, the UK. Later, we had Greece and then Turkey. And Turkey is a really important one to remember, because if you remember, we got the Black Sea here, okay? And the only way, so something to remember is that Russia hasn't got any warm water ports. This is the reason why they took Crimea, because they haven't got any warm water ports. Even ones up here, which is St. Petersburg, that gets frozen up in the winter. One of the reasons why the Russians had so many submarines, nuclear submarines, whether it was attack ones or missile boats, was because they couldn't really have a surface fleet because it got frozen up a lot of the time. So they had to break a few miles in, and they could go underneath the ice. So, but the only warm water port that they had was here down in Sevastopol, which is Crimea. Well, when it was all part of the Soviet Union, this is great. And like I say, we've still got, there's the expansion of NATO and NATO partners. So, well, next thing that happens is, that to counter NATO and this buffer zone, the Russians had this thing called, the USSR created this thing called the Warsaw Pact. So it was just mirroring NATO. And so if we look, you can see how all these countries here, too far. So there's East Germany, that one. So with the exception of Yugoslavia, which, was a bit easier, they were friendly, but not, like Warsaw Pact. So all these countries acted again as this military buffer zone to counter NATO, as well as the Russians as well, of course. And of course, when we look at all the blue stuff, we're also talking about Canada and the United States. So then what we've got is, it's like the end of the Cold War that basically, starts with East Germany in 1989, or was it 90? The reunification of Germany. So the East Germans went, nah, we're not going to do this anymore, and it collapsed. Russia was collapsing. And so suddenly, all these countries are free, because we're talking about the collapse of the Soviet Union now, okay? So as well as all those buffer zone areas, these areas, including Ukraine, end up leaving the Soviet Union. They declare independence. They become independent states, including having, ratified laws saying this is now an independent state, and this is what Russia is trying to roll back. What was that? That's right. Yeah. So Czechoslovakia split. So you got Slovakia and the Czech Republic. And then we've got Yugoslavia, which splits into its component parts as well: Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Serbia, Slovenia. So all this, so they break up into independent countries now. And so we've got the EU. Okay, so all these EU countries. And then over time, so many of these ex-buffer zone Russian states, as well as Finland, they end up joining the euro, joining Europe. So, and as a part of that, I mean, this is as far as my maps go now, I think. All these countries here have now joined in NATO as well. Poland is another one. And what was that one? That's it's Romania. No, it's not. That's Romania. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Latvia.
Latvia's down there. But like I say, so all these, you can imagine if you're Russia, you can see that NATO is expanding, covering that buffer zone. And so what happened was, so now we're going to go into slightly more recent history. So, I'm finished with this now. So that's as far as my video went. Anyway, so well, one of the aspects to look at is I'm going to go to a different map. I'm going to go to Google Earth. Wait a minute, I've got to turn it on first. Find it. There it is. So just give it a sec to load up. So, like I say, it comes down to Crimea. And
by the way, can I say, Laura, you're a great teacher because I can smoke joints in here. So you're a great teacher.
Okay.
Give me a second to add that. There you go.
Okay, so here's Crimea. And as I mentioned before, you've got the Sevastopol, which is the where the Russian fleet was, the Soviet Navy. And like I say, it's their only warm water port. So what they were doing is they were leasing it from the Ukrainians. And so what happened was in what was it, 2004? I think it was now. I can't remember now. But it was effectively, there was the Maidan protests, which happened in there. And it was effectively, early into Ukraine's, a new republic, a new country of its own, a new national, not a part of the Soviet Union anymore. As a part of its own sovereignty, it had a few problems, some hiccups with corruption in politics. And so, so as a result, things weren't very good. But the first proper fair election happened, and there was interference from Russia, because they don't want Ukraine to join NATO. It's another country right in their border, and what happened was the politicians were leaning towards that. And I can't remember the name of the guy. He was the Russians. He was the. There were two guys going to be president, and one of them was poisoned.
Oh,
yeah.
not
This
Vic-
is
I don't
slightly before my time, I think. I
not
was,
so-
I was still a young.
Vishenko, not Vishenko. Oh,
It might have been like that. It wasn't. It was not.
Victor.
Yanukovych is the Russian leaning guy.
Oh, I know. I remember that whole scenario.
Yeah, but basically what happened was there was Yanukovych who was leaning towards, leaning towards Russia. Now, bear in mind, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia didn't have any money. They were bankrupt, effectively. And so all these independent countries, all these buffer zone countries and so on, these Eastern Bloc countries, they couldn't rely on Russia for support to modernize and come up with the rest of the world, because it was a new dawn. And so they ended up leaning towards Europe. Well, obviously, the Russians want friendly countries on their border, like Belarus, the last dictator of Europe, you could say. So what happened was the opposition guy was poisoned, and it made it very difficult for him to be shaking hands and kissing babies when you've been poisoned. And so what happened was he lost. But this new guy, Yanukovych, wanted to start leaning towards Europe. No, we don't want to be a part of Europe. We want to lean towards Russia, who is now growing in strength because now they've got oil, and that's what they're exporting to bring themselves up, which also includes rebuilding their military as well. They've got modern stealth fighters now. The Russians do. So what happens is there's a big protest about it, and he gets overthrown, and he ends up fleeing to Russia. And a new president is sworn in. They have new elections, and a new guy's sworn in. And because of all the shenanigans that went on, he basically said that lease for the Black Sea Fleet at Sevastopol, when that expires, we won't renew it. And a year later, that's when the Russians invaded Ukraine and invaded Crimea. So that's where they took, this part here. So they seized it. But at the same time, you've also got this sort of eastern section here, which is the bit that's in, which yesterday, or was it the day before now, that Russia basically said, I'm going to recognize them as independent states, which is amusing. It's like, how do you recognize a state? Didn't I meet you last week at, but anyway.
Now I'm going to send my tanks in.
Yeah. So it's unclear exactly what's going on, because at the moment, some of the stuff that's going on seems to be in this region here. Is he securing that part? Or is he going to go full on into Kiev and try and take the entire country? And the thing is, America and NATO, they don't want to get involved here. We could end up with a nuclear war.
Well, we just signed that pact, which means nothing, with China, Russia, and America like a month ago, saying that we won't nuke each other.
Yeah,
it was the Ressured Nuclear Destruction Pact or whatever, just to remind each other, if it did come to that, we would wipe each other out. I live on the West Coast. We have more warships in the Pacific. It's ridiculous. If you look up what America admits is on the West Coast, it's insane, the number of actual warships just on the West Coast.
Yeah. Here's another little interesting fact for you. So when it comes to Syria, now people have wondered, why the hell did Russia get involved with Syria? I mean, what difference does it make to them if they, if the leader there gets pushed out, in this Arab Spring kind of thing? Why would he get involved? He was losing. and yet suddenly Russia got involved. There's a couple of reasons, but the primary one is that Russia, again, didn't have any warm water ports. So the only one they've got is Sevastopol, which they had to steal. But one of the big things is the only way to get out of the Black Sea into the Mediterranean is right through the Bosphorus, through the middle of Istanbul of Turkey, a NATO country.
Huh.
So
Yeah, and with that, I'm sorry to interrupt, Laura, but I mean, you've got Incirlik in Turkey, which is the nearest American base with nuclear capability, which is something that Epistovist actually just said. Yeah, Incirlik, Turkey has nuclear capabilities, and famously so. And it makes perfect sense, actually.
So, like I say, the main one is that it's warm water port direct into the Mediterranean, but also it's also useful because Russian military hardware is hard to sell. Not as good as the West, but still competent. But basically, the Americans, the British, the French, the Chinese are the biggest selling countries for military hardware. The Chinese is more recent, but they, like everything else, China can sell good stuff cheap. They'll work for low wages, so everything's cheap. But it comes down to if you want to get a new air force, because if you look at Syria, their air force is ancient.
Mhm.
The most modern thing they had was some MiG-29s, and those are 80s technology.
Ouch.
So, and MiG-29s, they're actually only interceptors. They're not long-range aircraft. They have really bad fuel, gas mileage, so to speak. They can't carry a lot of fuel. But anyway, so think about it. If you're Syria and you need to update your military so you don't end up being invaded again by America and other places, not American helped insurgents from their point of view. Well, how do where are you going to get your hardware? Well, might as well get it from our friends from Russia. So it's an auxiliary benefit, I suppose you could say. So yeah, that's largely what it's come down to. That Russia is paranoid about its borders, and as a result of that, they are, stopping the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO, even though NATO don't want to do it. Well, there's a little war going on, was until yet today. There was, this little breakaway insurgency going on in the east, which Russia is now, recognized independent states.
Mhm.
They're just puppets. They're puppets for him to wander straight in. The question we've got to wonder now is how far is he going to go in? Is he going to go in and try and overthrow Kiev and the government and just the whole country?
I saw something online, but I consider nothing accurate, so I'm not even going to repeat what I saw.
Yeah, so I don't know if that helps people understand some of the sort of history and how it gets to today.
Yeah, actually, if you would like to take the demonstration you put on this channel and put it on yours, I'm more than happy to let you do that.
I was literally about to go live myself to just say it, explain it. But
I mean, if you'd like to do a direct download, cut out your bit and put it on your channel, happy to let you. I won't try to copyright strike you just because YouTube does its own thing. Maybe put a little flowery border around it or whatever, so you don't get auto striked.
Yeah.
Happy to let you have it.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny is other than what's going on right now and in the last few, the last year, basically, I actually I did a live stream about this stuff and, Syria and all that kind of stuff. I talked about that 3 years ago. I'm a military nerd, so I know all about jet planes and stuff like that.
Awesome.
Actually, there's I want to. I'm going to screen. Give me a sec. Let me just get it on the screen first. I want to have a snoop and see what's going on in the sky. So I have no idea what this is going to show. So this is Flight Radar 24, and at the moment it seems to be a little bit empty, which is weird. Let's try refreshing. There we go. Okay, so I'm just curious to see what's going on around this part here, because this is where the Americans have got air bases in, so we've got that's just what was it? There we are. There they are. There we go. So we've got Mildenhall and Lakenheath Air Force bases. Lakenheath is more the fighter one. Mildenhall's the more like tankers and transports. But I want to know what's going on over here and see what's flying around, because I'm willing to bet this has got a big chunk of nothing flying anywhere near it. Come on, load up. It's normally a lot quicker than this. I don't know why it's... Let's try refreshing again.
So as a quick update to the current situation that this live stream is about, Twitter has a report saying Ukraine says full-scale invasion by Russia is underway as explosions are reported across the country.
Yeah, I heard the same thing on a hockey site. Somebody was in the Capitol and they heard explosions.
Let's try it on.
Yeah, so as we speak, there are alleged combat situations across the country.
There we go.
Which is not great.
Yeah, everybody's giving it a wide berth.
Understandably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be curious to see where that's going. Odessa is one of the points of concern because, again, you've got the Black Sea Fleet, which can be parked over here and be shooting missiles and rockets and, and sending troops in as well, of course, if they wished. Now this, if I'm correct, yep, it is. That is that's a Global Hawk, if I remember correctly. Yep, there we go, Global Hawk, which is you know what the U-2 is? Big jet glider thing.
Yeah,
black.
the U-2 spy plane famously flew over the Soviet Union.
Yep, it's an unmanned aerial version of it. So that's been sort of snooping around. You can see it came. It came out of Sicily. So that's parked. That's been wandering around, monitoring the situation. It's great what you can find on the internet these days.
I know.
This.
I'll be right back. Speaking of something semi-different.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
these are all Turkish Airlines, and so. Oh gosh, that's a tough one. Where's that going to land? Antonov Airlines is a Antonov is Ukraine, so it's like, okay, where's that going to be going? Maybe not home. But yeah, like I say, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Like I say, there's nothing flying over there. There hasn't been anything flying over for years since that Malaysian Airlines airliner was shot down. Yeah, but yeah, certainly interesting seeing this. There was one flew around doing this same thing.
They're invading the Ukraine right now, and Putin just said that if anyone interferes, there will be consequences like no one has ever seen before.
Yeah, that's a message to NATO and America.
That's a lot of dick waving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a strong man. That's his persona.
Well,
so yeah, it's pretty scary right now. Yeah, there are a few spots in the world where nothing really flies, and this is one of them. If this would load up, you'd see aircraft all over the place, But there we go. It's starting to come back. There we go. You can see how it's a big hole.
Yeah, give me just a second because I want to send my buddy Epistovus to ape this link because damn. He's got a bit more experience than I do, being, older. I just have to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, sure, that'll work.
crazy times, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's nuck and futz, dude. I mean, what the hell? All right. Nope, that ain't what I'm talking about.
Another one of those areas nobody goes over is North Korea.
Yeah, let's wonder why.
Yeah.
Same thing.
There used to be a big one over Afghanistan, Iraq, when that was going on. And Syria also had a big vacant spot. Every now and again, I would see an interesting flight fly in. Because what happens is this, the Flight Radar 24, which was what I was sharing a minute ago, they don't like go into air traffic control systems or anything. It's not that. It's effectively I could have a box that receives transponder signals from airliners, and it's just plugged into the internet into my router. And so wherever there are people who do this stuff, they'll just be plugged in and be transmitting the data that they use to put it on the screen. And it gives altitudes and and even registrations. But what I would see every now and again, especially in the south part of Syria, was American like small special forces aircraft. I forgot what the name of it is now, but I would see those flying in low, and it's like, oh, they're sending some guys in.
The closest I can think of to what you're talking about is JSOC,
Maybe.
Joint Special Operations.
Yeah. Where is it?
Wow. I need to stop watching the TV. I'm rarely speechless. Oh.
Likewise, unless you didn't already know.
But in America, I'm surprised that American television is actually showing it live. I'm actually shocked that they're being honest.
You're surprised that we showed World War II on Normandy Beach, man.
Yeah,
this
but
is
it's
a
modern
long-
day. This is modern day. We censor a lot of things.
We do.
And in modern day terms, like in LA, there's all kinds of things that happen that they never show on television. Or like, because I live in the suburbs, they don't want our property value to go down. So there's a lot of things that happen here that they don't put in the newspapers.
Yeah, price of oil has just gone crazy. Highest it's been since 2014. Oh, there it is.
Well, hell, I mean, if you don't want property values to go down, man, godless sowing, just don't let people with your skin tone in. America.
There you go. That's
well,
the kind
actually,
of aircraft I was talking about.
where I live, we don't let people with your skin tone in.
Really?
But white people are a minority in California. I live in the suburbs, and it's mainly like I don't think the average American could handle it. Like my property value is worth $900,000.
That's the kind of aircraft that I would see sneaking into southern Syria when the big insurgency thing was going on. So yeah, that's insertion of special forces, and then they'd leave, and then they'd come back tomorrow or whatever.
Well, hopefully Abe pops in soon, because I just sent him the link like 5 minutes ago. But I mean, like as I'm watching Twitter right now, Ukraine says full-scale invasion by Russia is underway as explosions are reported across the country. Belarus is trending.
That's the northern one, because effectively Ukraine has been circled, with the exception of the west side. North, east, and south, in naval-wise, and south, they've been slowly circled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Russia didn't exactly have to slowly circle them, because shit. But I mean, the invasion of Ukraine has been underway actually since prior to the Trump administration, and that I think is largely thanks to the growth of NATO. I mean, like, we have left them with so little choice. I mean, come on, like we leave them with no defensive capability militarily, and we expect no reaction.
This is exactly what I was saying about sovereignty earlier. If you don't want a problem, you shouldn't start one.
Yeah, now
And
it'd be
and
great if humans could, act in a responsible way. That'd be fantastic. But I saw that look.
we don't. We kill each other. What are you talking about? We're trash monkeys. What do? We produce garbage. What are we? We're upright apes. So as a slang, I call our species trash monkeys. We're really good at lying to each other and murdering each other.
We're fantastic at the second thing. We're great at it. I mean,
Call me a cynic, but I go by the stats. Call me a cynic, but history is taught. I learned from history. We're doomed to repeat. This has already happened, and that's not even from the woo-woo religion sense. Like, human beings are just predictable.
Yeah.
We're just
I mean, I've had people tell me, "Oh, well, you don't know how Germans teach history." Yeah, I do. Germans don't have a perfect teaching of the World War II era, but they're not exactly fearing for another Hitler. Let me say that, because they taught well.
I actually have grew up with someone who lives in Hamburg, and he's a brain surgeon. Germans are no joke. Germans do not mess around. They're hardworking people. At least the people I know. Great people.
Interesting fact about the Germans. So you know how the Germans seem to have a weird reputation for not having a sense of humor?
Mm-hmm.
They like fart jokes.
Yeah.
The Germans I know are laughy, joyous people, really joyful people. I grew up in a neighborhood with it's a really weird mix of religions and just people in general. And on my block was a German family. And my friend, his Oma and Opa, they met each other coming to America. They were refugees from World War II, and they never left each other's side.
Okay, I just had the most ludicrous thought, and it's silly but entertaining. So it's all your fault, Godless Sewing, because I looked over your shoulders and I see the mystery machine.
Oh yeah,
and it's like, and now we find out who's and sort of pull the head, the mask off of Putin, and it's Donald Trump inside.
Oh, that would make me cry. I would cry.
Like, this is just because I lost and I don't like Biden, and so I'm going to bring the world to war because of it.
It's a mess. It's a mess.
I made some friends laugh last week when I suggested, because one of them he makes cocktails, and I suggested he make a Donald Trump cocktail, orange and bitter and stirred with a Sharpie.
I'm not going to make any predictions because every time I make a bold prediction, the exact opposite happens.
So I will make one, and then we'll know what'll happen.
Well, no.
Well, now that you're being called on it.
No, because I'm a bit of a survivalist, so I'm well armed and I have a ton of water and I'm ready. Like, I have a Tesla backup battery and solar power. Like, bring WW3 on. I plant my own food.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
Have fun with the fallout. California is gonna get hit hard.
I have a big truck. I have a big truck with gas. I'll leave right now.
Okay, you have a big truck and a tiny dick.
I'm genetically that's an impossibility.
Oh, okay. Because you're black, I get it.
What size shoe do you wear?
Me? Fuck, I don't remember what shoes. I don't know, 10 and a half or 11.
I'm 5'9", and I wear a size 13 and a half shoe.
Fuck, you're tiny.
Is your brother called Sideshow Bob?
I'm great at I was really good at surfing, and people are like, damn, why are you so good at surfing? It's because I was born with natural fins. My feet are huge. I'm great at standing on the board.
All right, Bob.
Hey, hey, if the dick fits, I'll wear it.
I mean, if the difference is that I know for a fact I have an unimpressive dick. I'm a white dude. What do you expect?
I could be arrogant about my dick because I could back it up. It's not like religion. I could be extremely cocky.
See, I know I can't be arrogant about the size of my dick, but you know what? I'm in
think it's
that middle
because
ground.
I
I'm in
think
that
it's
middle ground where it's not the size of your ship, it's the motion of the ocean.
you know what? I'm oversexed, so I got over a lot of that years ago because like at like 37 I was like I'm retiring. I've been raised in America's I've been in I was in relationships since I was in junior high school. So when I got divorced from my ex-wife after a few just bad girlfriends, I was like, I retire. I'm gonna buy a pocket pussy and move on with my life.
Fair.
It saved me tons of money. I own a home. I have 3 cars. I live in one of the most expensive places in America. Like I've actually made something of myself, so I don't feel bad, I don't feel bad at all. And I always say getting a woman is easy. Keeping one, now that's fucking rocket science.
See, I don't have a woman. I have someone who's non-binary. So,
Well, just I'm saying, getting a partner in general, that's
yeah.
for me, it was never the hard part. It was the keeping it.
The most important one is don't be a putz.
Exactly. My new rule is don't ruin my life. I don't care who you are, what you are. Don't ruin my life, and we could be friends. And you can spot the life ruiners a mile away.
He can.
And I've reached that age where I don't like I quit drinking 7 years ago, so a lot of the bullshit disappeared. Like, because I would always meet a woman at a bar. And then they would come to my house and they would be like, you really do own a home, or, and then they would never fucking leave. Never fucking leave. So I learned. Man, yeah, it's been 7 years. But then they legalized pot, so why would, I didn't need to go to the pub anymore.
You see, I don't know. I like the immediate feeling of drinking.
I was drinking moonshine towards the end, so it wasn't fun anymore.
That's fair.
It was just like I was drinking it and I wasn't happy until I was like shaking side to side. And I'm not even a violent person when I drink. I just want to party. I have a good friend who's a porn star, and I went to the AVNs in Las Vegas. I had 4 porn stars searching my bags. They're like, all right, do you have moonshine on you? That's how bad I was with the moonshine. Like I was bad with it. That stuff will start you and your car at the same moment. And White Lightning lies to you. You think you can fight on White Lightning? You think you can sing? You think
Oh shit.
Okay, this
Now I just have fucking a bunch
just
of war songs in my head now. Some people born to raise the flag.
I just saw this one on airstrikes
Oh, there we go.
in Ukraine, and that's a lot. So it's not
Jeez.
just the bit. It's not just the bit over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's an interesting one: Chernobyl.
You're kidding.
That's Chernobyl. And you know, well, I mean, of course, Chernobyl has an active reactor there still.
Famously.
Yeah, I don't mean the one that exploded. There are other reactors there. I don't know if they're all still working anymore. I think they are. It's a few years since I looked, but I can't remember if they were, you know, turning them off. But either way, you know, well, of course, if you're going to go after somewhere, take down the power.
Yeah.
You know, actually, it just reminded me of something. One of the things, and it goes back to the military type stuff from before. When I was growing up in the 80s, when the Cold War was still a thing, the amount of pilots who had actual combat experience were only the ones that were around with Vietnam. And that was like, you know, a generation before, effectively. And so it wasn't until Iraq that, and, you know, sort of, so the, you know, first Gulf War, air policing, you know, so no military, you know, controlling the airspace, and then Gulf War II later, you know, war on terror, etc. Well, you know, when it comes to air-to-air combat, you know, NATO countries and other ones as well do a lot of training, constant training. I mean, I'm into aircraft, so I get like an Air Force's monthly magazine, and every time you read it, there's, you know, annual exercises going on. And what they do is, you know, rather than have each individual country doing all the same jobs effectively, it's like, how can we concert our effort together? So, for example, if you've got one country that's good at aerial reconnaissance, then why have you having aerial reconnaissance and another country having their aerial reconnaissance doing exactly the same job? Let's share the data effectively, share the load. And so in the event of a war, the idea is that everybody knows what they're going to be doing, what their role is going to be, how they're going to, you know, act it out, because they've acted it 1,000 times in training. Well, the Russians didn't really haven't had as much training as Western pilots do, NATO pilots. And so, well, with Iraq and Afghanistan dropping loads of bombs all over the place, air to ground, you know, training is brilliant. You know, they know how to drop bombs on people, you know, and not only that, I mean, bombs have changed. For example, the British have got something called dual mode brimstone, which is a low yield one, because the old way of doing it, you know, you look at World War II, it was like carpet bombing. And well, we don't have carpet bombing planes much anymore. We have strategic attack aircraft. You know, so the Joint Strike Fighter, you know, it's not like a replacement for fighter jets as such. It's more a intrude into enemy airspace, drop the bomb on the target, rather than drop 50 bombs and hope one of them hit the target and loads of people get killed in the crossfire. Instead, you can drop a bomb and have it either laser, you know, targeted, or more frequently these days, GPS targeted. And that means that you can get it exactly on the right building to do it. Well, now one of the problems that happened was with the whole insurgency in Iraq, Afghanistan, that kind of stuff, what you'd end up doing is have the insurgents go in and having a nice hideout right next to a school, and it's not very good. It's not good PR to be dropping bombs next to a school and a load of kids get killed in the crossfire.
Hi, Doc.
Hello.
What's up?
So, what they've done, what Joint Mode Brimstone is low yield, but it's a bit like shaped charges almost. You can drop it exactly where you want it, and you don't have to blow up everything. You only have to blow up the target itself. So it's not a very powerful bomb, just a very, very precise one to get exactly the target where you want to. So, just a little side note. With Syria, the Russians actually had live fire exercise, live fire that they trained them to do it. So now the tools that they learned with Syria can now be used in exactly the same way over Ukraine.
May I chime in at this point?
Sure. Sorry,
Laura, I appreciate your insight. It's very mature, very well informed, and your presentation, if you want to call it that, is just remarkable. And your voice is resonant of my own experiences, as I was a senior custodial agent for a nuclear weapons site in Turkey. Right. With the cosmic top secret atomic clearance, enlisted men. However, we make no, at the time we made no claims of, which is generally saying we said, look, we can neither deny nor affirm the presence of nuclear weapons in host nations. But even they did all types of attempts to scare the hell out of us, and we did the same with them. Psychological warfare, espionage, sabotage, all the way to murder. It was typical of the Cold War. A lot of things that will never surface until probably 50 years from now. By that time, it'll just probably be old news, or and of course, I'm bound by my own agreement to not speak about details per se. But I can tell you that the Bosphorus Strait is incredibly important for naval traffic.
What is important?
For the Bosphorus Strait. Which is that area between, that goes between Istanbul from the Black Sea. In fact, unless Turkey, if this ever spins out into a more engaged hot war, particularly one with NATO, with zero tactical nukes being utilized through some form of concession, it would still infer that the Russians would have to take control of the Bosphorus Straits. And with Erdogan the way he is, I'm not really sure if what his position would be in that. I think being a major NATO player, although not NATO, I'm just simply saying being a major, just a major megalomaniac, in my opinion. Erdogan, I don't have any high opinions of Erdogan. I don't think that he would be so against joining a power that would provide him a lot of promise if he were to allow the Southern Naval Fleet of Russia to go in back and forth. But then, of course, they would have to pay a heavy price. But I just don't know. When we talk about one dictator's mind and another dictator's mind, and of course they would call us dictators as well, because the U.S. empire does not have a very good reputation, and for many good reasons. But this is it's a very there's no innocent player on this field.
No,
not even Ukraine.
So what I'm given to agree with at this particular point is actually something I heard on NPR a couple of days ago. It's that Vladimir Putin is not accustomed to the whims of democratic control, which is to say, from the standpoint of the voting populace, he doesn't like the idea that his authority can be revoked so easily as a democratic vote. So, coming from a person that was once in the KGB and was accustomed to that level of power, ascending to the level of president of the country, who becomes accustomed to that next level of power, he isn't going to like the idea that he can be overthrown by a simple vote.
Oh, well, it's quite obvious. No dictator likes democracy.
Yeah.
And there's the difference between, I'll just simply say, the duopoly of America and that of the dictatorship of Putin or various other figures throughout history, is that at least we have the appearance of a democracy. Although we get people up there that claim to be our representatives, they generally don't listen to us. Particularly now, it's far more of lobbying and money of buying politicians in favor. And of course, even if they get out of the business of politics, they'll always have some revolving door to some other industry, corporation, or even moving across seas and working with oligarchs. So, but I'm quite interested in your opinion, all of you, particularly. So if I may open this can of worms, and I'm not sure if you all have spoken about this, and I'm not meaning to commandeer in any way, and let me know if I'm overstepping. But here's the question I have, particularly due to the hush-hushness in Helsinki, and not only that, but I believe other methods of communication that Trump had with Putin prior to all of this. And of course, the very fact that the GOP is just completely mired in Russian propaganda. Is there a possibility that there was an agreement made that, hey, look, like for an example, a third of our country is like on Putin's side already at this point? We do know that.
Which is,
and I'm ashamed to say that even some leftists like Richard Medhurst are more, who I enjoy a lot of his commentary, but there's a lot of where he's doing the Tukey fallacy in regard to our approach to the situation. Now, of course, yes, we have a lot to be blamed for. We waited more than 8 years before providing a stepped up form of defense for the Ukrainians. We could have been doing that all along, but we didn't. That was only a matter of greed, because there was no money to be found in it. But now look where we're at because of this. Now I think that form of critique is on point. And of course, the very fact that we're trying to get them to join NATO would also add to the instigation of their paranoia. But don't you think there's a possibility that, in a way, and I know this sounds conspiratorial, but conspiracies exist. Would it be possible that Putin and Trump said, "Listen, hey, I'm going to try to take Ukraine, even if you lose, and there's a possibility that if I could just get you to get on my side, or just to have no response and be isolationist as you are, then that in itself would create a lot of deeper polarization in America, particularly in regard to coming to the aid or defense of another nation, especially one that is more aligned toward Western democracy as opposed to it. So it's odd, I think, coincidental perhaps, that the anti-vaxxer trucker things happen on the very day that all this happens. But I just still think that do you see where I'm going here? Forgive me, forgive my stammering.
Yeah. So, let me put it this way.
Entertain thoughts without not necessarily subscribing wholesale to them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely think that there was Trump Russia kind of thing. But now that Trump's not in power, Russia is doing this to kind of destabilize Biden's failing popularity.
But Trump can be used to instigate anti-American action, status quo action, whether it be in the UN or through NATO, which of course he attempted in every attempt to shred apart our allies and their views of America. He was very anti-NATO. And then, of course, or he claimed he was pro.
The reason he was like that,
but he did so in a way to try to blame people for not putting as much money in as America.
Did you ever hear why Trump was so anti-NATO? It's because he talked with Putin, and Putin said that some of those countries aren't paying their way.
Right. The very fact that everybody say he's Putin's puppet is, I think it's quite obvious. Particularly, I think the most uncomfortable moment in almost all of U.S. history, on a live mic with the president, agreeing with Putin's word over that of the intelligence agencies of the United States.
Yeah.
Was mind-blowing. That was just, and him saying, I don't see no reason why it would be so. What? What? That's just fucking bizarre. And the very fact that he wouldn't allow the, please forgive me, the individual that was taking notes would record the conversation between him and Putin. I find that in high discrepancy, that there would be that would be on the up and up in any way, particularly coming out with
the reason why some of the things that came out of that meeting came out is because the Russians talked about it.
Yes. But I'm concerned about the things that we don't know what was said, and I'm being the instigator that he is, and knowing that his ass is already in a lot of legal trouble. I'm concerned that this would be a great boiling point for a lot of these crackpots to react in a far more physical manner.
Are you talking about like the Gravy Navy trying to start a civil war in America?
Well, it's not.
When I say Gravy Navy, I'm talking about like the wannabe militia type.
I know a lot of people see pictures of a lot of the fat guys, but they're not always indicative. And let's keep in mind that the first thing that you should not do when it comes to tactical or strategical evaluations is to underestimate that person or that set of group or whatever, that group, even people, subsets within the group, to be indicative of all the group. And particularly so, I know a lot of conservatives that are beef up and have a lot of military or law enforcement experience, and they're dangerous people. And even a fat guy behind some cover which by the way, I'm 220 pounds. I can't help it due to my disability. But the point is that I'm still a damn good shot. Even though I can't move my waist down, you know, I'm still capable of hitting something way off with my glasses. And even that is still a dangerous person.
I agree with you. On that point, I agree with you.
Okay, so and not only that, but there are other ways to wage a instinctive war against the populace. I think one of the things that has already started is this large movement toward the anti-mask movement. I think that in its own way is already a war that has waged against us, against American society, and has taken real physical toll. And this is a lot of the game of misinformation, which I see always to the advantage of Russia and anyone that would want to tear down even if it's a facade of democracy, they would want to tear it down.
Well,
There's been a very long-standing.
I'm an anarchist, by the way. I'm an anarchist, so I believe in direct democracy.
Yeah, there's been a long-standing distrust in the government in America. You know, I mean, like, you know, the Bay of Pigs and, you know, all those sorts of things. That was like, yeah, our government lied to us. And so ever since then, you can't trust them, is an undertone that's there.
Well, yes, and you know, and that's most unfortunate. And of course, we know all. Yes, there's many examples of us misusing our power, lying, being, oh my gosh, ultra deceptive. But the things that we did, even where I was at, was just, you know, if it ever got out to the media, it would be a horrible situation. Yeah.
Oh, incidentally, you know, you mentioned Turkey and Erdogan. So one of the things that happened a few years back now was, as well as, so there was a coup attempt against Erdogan, who's the
yes, the coup attempt against Erdogan, absolutely.
Yeah. So what happened was he became really paranoid, and so a lot of the judiciary and, you know, like Air Force pilots who went along with this coup, they ended up being imprisoned and stuff like that. So it's destabilized the country in certain regards. But one of the things that was they were starting to do, you know, and that's the Joint Strike Fighter, the F-35. So the F-35 isn't an American project; it's a global enterprise. You know, that the British build. My dad makes airframe parts for the F-35. He's British. You know, the BAE Systems do parts. And, you know, I mean, like the Israelis, for example, they have Elbit systems. They do part of the reconnaissance elements of it. You know, in the nose, you got this little, you know, recon pod. It's like you'd have a sniper.
It's called Intiac. Yes, the Intiac system.
So it's a global thing. Well, one of the countries which has a long-standing one is Turkey. You know, they were building F-16s themselves. You know, as a licensed builder. For parts and all sorts of things as well. So they joined in with the F-35, the idea of getting some of their own. But what happened was Russia put the feelers out because one of the things that they needed was new surface to air defenses. So missile defenses. And America wanted them to buy American. By the Patriot missile system, but Putin schmoozed up Erdogan, and as a result, he went and bought the S-400, I believe it is, missile system, the Russian one, and you know, well, as a result of that, basically Turkey got kicked out of the Joint Strike Fighter conglomerate. You know, they built a couple of them, but they hadn't been flown to Turkey. They were still, because pretty much every single Joint Strike Fighter, like for the British ones, for example, we didn't get them for a couple of years after we'd been flying them in America for training and, you know, maintenance crews and all that kind of stuff, learning how to fly them, basically.
Right.
And that was a
Well,
part, you know, that was how they were introduced into different military air forces.
well, I
So
know this is
Turkey didn't actually get delivery of them, but they did have a couple that they were learning to fly in out of I forgot what the name of the place is now. But yeah, just a little fact
Well,
for
they
you.
were fully justified in being kicked out in that situation. And here's the other thing: I don't know if a lot of people understand with these things, but I got to tell you that we've always had to play fast and loose, even in our NATO partnership with Turkey. There was a time when they were threatening on surrounding, or in the 1970s or so, and this is before the Whiskey 79s were moved in. But they had low yield tactical nukes that could fire out of a M110 or M110 howitzer, and they wanted to take that and nuke Greece. There were generals who were now, of course, I don't care what the fallout here. I'm just telling you this happened, and of course, we were like, hell no. And not only that, we would, our site. Of course, I wasn't part of this back then. I was in the 80s and 90s, but that time they had actually affixed shape charges. It's interesting. You had brought up shape charges earlier, Laura. We had already, the people at the site had already put shape charges over all the nukes, and just in case, they even came anywhere near our site, they would be blown. In other words, there's no way you're going to get your hands on it. But the very fact that that the people within that military are so irrational and so reactive that they would be willing to do something so horrible to people who really didn't have that much of a threat to their own national security. That informed me when I got there, and I was looking over all these papers. I was like thinking, damn, why are we even here? I know we've got some other way. We could just use bombers, fly over from another nation. Why mess with these irrational people? And I'm not saying everyone in Turkey are irrational. Of course not. Of course not. I've got many friends there, but I must say that a lot of the people entrenched within their government and military are wacko, very reactive. And I've always been concerned about that nature, that fundamental nature, where it comes from, that irrationality. I have my suspicions, but Mustafa Kemal Ataturk would be very unsatisfied with what they are now.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm pretty concerned with.
At all, but still,
I'm pretty concerned with the reactionary nature of our current government, and I've been concerned with that quite a bit longer than Joe Biden or even Trump. I mean, like you look at you look at the Obama administration, which is when I really started paying attention because I was at that age. I was concerned, and rightly so. And I had people telling me that I was wrong in that concern, and Obama expanded the global war on terror.
Yes, he did. Think about it. I know that this may not be new to people who are like on the left spectrum are leftists like myself. Here's the issue, progressives and so forth. If we were other than American, and we were actually like Australia, for an example, who basically they're just an arm of the American government. Yeah, they really. If you think about it, NATO really is just an arm of the American government. We a lot of shots, but the principle is that we were, Russia or China. I think it's quite fair to be concerned about our power and our far-reaching, over 800 military bases throughout the world. Other than in America, that's an overreach.
Yeah. Right now, you're actually quite incorrect about the number of military bases we have. We have 900. Military bases outside of the continental United States.
Well, I'm old, and it's been a long time since I looked at that number, but thank you for that correction.
Yeah. So, congratulations, you're wrong. It's worse than you thought.
I love being wrong because it means I learned something.
And as a military veteran, I am a proponent of halving the number of bases, period, end of discussion, whether we're talking continental United States or non-continental United States, particularly with regard to overseas. We could have what we have as far as our global military presence, and we would still be the only globally deployable military power on the planet.
If I can be a little bit snarky in terms of humor, World War I and World War II, America turned up late for the party. Ever since then, they just started them all instead.
We were making up for lost time.
Quite on point. Yeah, that's quite on point. Well, I think that, being an anarchist, I don't agree with any justified hierarchy. So I have an issue with overreach, whether it's military or otherwise. I also have a problem with representative democracy. I believe that it's failing us, and I believe that there's an enormous amount of evidence to that case. But on the other hand, even I'm willing to, agree with Democrats and progressives and so forth that, this is something that was unnecessary. Putin did not have to go any further than he's, at this point. This is really a display of power, perhaps to revitalize that spirit of his empire. And at the same time, it's true. The two so-called factional rebel states, if they wanted to be absorbed or they wanted to be a part of Russia, they could just leave that area. I know that people say, well, why would they want to leave the area they've lived all their life? Well, if it's that bad and you want to be a part of somebody else, then just leave. I think Ukraine could have been helpful in this and saying, hey, look, we'll be willing to relocate things for you and help you out. I mean, being the kind of leftist thinker that I am, I look at cooperation far more important to civilization and the existence of our species as opposed to competition. Besides being nothing but the U.S., Russian, Chinese model, there's all this constant competition with one another, rather than trying to find more diplomatic and agreeable situation. Of course, I could go far deeper into my philosophy. I think that every side, I hate to do the both sides story, but every side had a point. They had this crossroads point that they could have made far better, far well-informed decisions based upon sociology, psychology, and various other fields of science that they could, soft or hard, in order to improve their situation. None of them did it. And I think most of their acts of diplomacy were here. It was an attempt to get their way. And because of that, now everyone is disagreeing. And it's a horrible situation because winning out and being seen as the good guy, or even just being seen as superior, has overwhelmed their ability to reason and to find some amicable situation solution that has been plaguing them throughout history. It's unfortunate, but this is where we're at.
See, we're okay. So, this I think is relevant to what I'm about to say. This was hilariously about 12 or 13 years ago. Now, I had a friend. He had this thing he loved to say is that competition breeds innovation, and while that
I've heard
is
that.
kind of
It's
a
not
true
true.
statement to a certain degree.
I don't think it's true.
I don't agree with it either.
I don't. In fact,
I will
you know
say
what
to a
breeds-
certain degree.
you know what breeds innovation? Public funding. The majority of innovations have come from public funding, not
So
competition.
hang on. Let me finish my point. That
Yes.
absolutely holds true with things like Xbox versus PlayStation.
Oh, that.
but
Oh, whoa.
as far as actual real life relevant shit, we need cooperation.
Absolutely, brother.
Cooperation, yes. If I may say on this point, just because I've thought about this and this is actually exciting for me, I would say, sorry,
Is that good shit?
yeah, and then I go into a coughing fit just when I want to talk.
Hey, it's legal here.
Okay, innovation can come from competition, sure, but it's not necessary for innovation. You don't have to have competition for innovation.
Right.
It can produce an innovation, but those innovations tend to be really vain. Those innovations are for winning a competition. They're for prancing around and holding up a medal. I think useful innovations come from just necessity and learning about the situation and human ingenuity and the ability to see patterns and figure things out.
And yes, which is
and
always
co-op
been a part of
and
human
of
nature.
course, yes, cooperation.
Yes.
I
Without it, we
don't
wouldn't-
see how it's better to pit resources against each other in a competition. How is that better than pooling the resources in cooperation?
Absolutely. That's quite frankly, that's a lot of what anarchism is about. And here's a lot of leftist movements they talk about this, but the general principle is that we have a bunch of airbags with a lot of chest beating in high positions of power and influence that are ripping our societies to shreds. And they're doing it so that a lot of their cronies, people involved in the Wall Street, all that, they're advancing themselves to stay in the 1%. And that's the most sad situation because, I hear people talk about post-scarcity, this or that. And honestly, I think, wait, hold on. Scarcity is artificial. It's artificial scarcity that's being pushed throughout this free market, quote unquote thing. Because quite frankly, there's enough to go around if we aren't greedy jerks. And this is the whole implementation of all these power structures and hierarchical structures are so that people at the top can tell everybody else that they know what's best for them. But they wouldn't know what you or I have to put up with on a daily basis. They don't even know what's going on in our local communities. They don't care. That doesn't faze them. And if there's a national tragedy, we're lucky to hear 5 seconds from someone at the top to say, our thoughts and prayers are with you. And then they go right back to willing and dealing. So honestly, I think that until people understand that cooperation, like Peter Kropotkin said, cooperation is the law of civilization, but competition is the law of the jungle. And if we're going to be brutal, nasty people, then we're going to keep vying for these power structures and keep voting for people to get at the top above us and tell us, instead of horizontally implementing cooperation, they're always going to be above us and we're going to be below them, and we can't have any say or do about recalling them in a timely manner. Then I think this kind of shit's going to keep happening until someone makes one wrong, improperly calculated move. And yeah, I'm concerned. I don't want to be a catastrophic, but I am concerned that this is going to lead to far-reaching consequences. And
so here's something funny.
I'm also I apologize. I'm concerned that China may even take an advantage of this situation and hit Taiwan.
Oh yeah.
That's
the expectation as well.
They're going to see this grand opportunity.
So I am going to simultaneously invalidate what my friend said and validate everything that you just said, Ape, all in one sentence. And I'm going to use my own friend's logic against him. This was back when Xbox Live was succeeding and the PlayStation Network was failing. Someone who worked on the Xbox Live network and was actually instrumental in it jumped ship and went to PlayStation, saying competition breeds innovation. Actually, I would call that cooperation, because he jumped ship from a successful thing to an unsuccessful thing and lent his knowledge to keep another failing thing going. So I mean, in that way, he was like, yeah, sure, competition works, but also I'm cooperating because I'm taking knowledge of what I know of something that works and I'm taking it to something that doesn't.
I think on an individual basis and company and commercial basis, that's cool. But unfortunately, America has been making a massive retrograde step over the last decade. Obama and really, Obama, and even with Bush and sort of Gore and the chats and and stuff like that. I mean, it just politics is so toxic in America right now. It is, and I mean, the Republicans, they just want to own the libs. That's all it's about now.
They wake up in the morning wondering how they can own the libs.
Yeah, and it's
I mean, that's the problem,
the anti-trans stuff that's coming out. You saw the thing in Texas.
Oh, Texas has lost its fucking mind.
Texas lost the plot a long time.
I live in Texas, so I know that.
I just want to finish making the point though, and that is that you see it with the American media, where you know, where Fox News is the Republican propaganda channel and CNN and MSNBC are the Democratic propaganda channel.
Right now, MSNBC has the invasion of Ukraine on their channel, and Fox News isn't calling it an invasion at all. So
Yeah.
we are very divided in this country.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
yeah, we're
this is the
divided.
problem. It has become so polarized, the political system in the US, you know, and I find it quite disturbing, actually. You know, I mean, one of the things that really does annoy me, and this is going to sound like an anti-American snark thing here, it really does annoy me when I hear the American president being referred to as the leader of the free world, and it's like, no, it isn't.
Yeah.
No, he isn't.
Yeah.
It
And I
annoys
don't
me
care when it
too.
was even.
No,
I
I
don't
get it.
care when even if
I
it's
agree.
Biden and Obama. You
That's
know,
horribly. Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
you know
Yep,
that's
yep.
basically giving a punch in the gut to to my country.
You know, as
Yes.
someone, but as
Like,
someone who's traveled the world, the average American is sheltered, and we're arrogant in a way because we live better than other people, but only in certain ways, as in having paved street in certain things of our infrastructure. But-
I remember the first time I went to America, and one of my friends with me, British friends, you know, joked, pick up a newspaper and watch your country disappear. Because outside, you know, when it comes to American news, they really only wanted to know about America. The only good thing that came out of 9/11 is that it kind of gave America a kick up the arse that the rest of the world actually does exist.
When I was a
Well,
kid, my
You know, the
parents,
nearest you would get in reading a newspaper was like, you know, the stock market in London, what the rates were, you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
That was about it. You barely heard anything other than maybe celebrity stuff, you know.
I don't know.
And
Well, no, we knew the Nikkei existed.
yeah, well,
yeah, but I
well-
think there's a difference. Like
it
when I was a
weird-
little kid, I traveled a lot.
Let me just explain the idea of, you know, America. Lovely, wonderful people, but at the time and even now, incredibly ignorant. You know, and that's the
so
great
agree
thing
with
about the
you.
internet. It allows people to communicate with people from other countries and maybe see things from their point of view a bit more. But the first time I went to America, someone said to me, "What do you do about bread over there in England?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" "Well, where'd you get your bread?" "We go to the supermarket." "You have supermarkets?"
Oh,
You
come
know,
on. Where did you been?
seriously, the same person sent me an Easter message saying "Happy Easter" if you celebrate it there in England. You know,
England is actually more Christian than America when it comes to the function of the government. What the fuck?
literally. Yeah.
they're
You know
not
what? That's one of the
necessarily.
reasons. That's one of the things that I like about Britain, because in America, religion and state is, you know, although they're not supposed to be, you've got this constant battle of the, you know, sort of the evangelicals trying to force their religion on other people, you know, and then, you know, the one saying no, you're not allowed to do that, no, separation church and state and all that, you know. But in the UK, we have an established church, the Church of England, but as a result of like a few centuries of people fighting over, you know, Protestant versus Catholics, we've ended up with a situation where if you believe, fine. If you don't believe, fine. As long as you're not in someone's face about it, nobody cares. You know, and it means that, you know, it is not the done thing for me to force my Christian belief on you. You know, that's a personal thing. You know, and you know, I can't remember. I have my MP, okay, and 90% of the MPs in, you know, and probably more actually. I think I know about 4 or 5 MPs in either the government or the opposition or whatever, you know, but basically in Parliament, out of 600 odd MPs, I only know about maybe half a dozen of them what their belief system is. because in the UK we go on the on the policies, that you don't have British MPs having to suck up to the evangelicals and the Jewish people or whatever to get their vote.
May I say something?
I look at America and I find that bizarre. And what it does is it serves to show, that, it's a bit like when I studied Japanese. When I learned Japanese, I learned a lot about my own language. For example, if I referred to a box Big Red, that sounds weird because we say big red box. It has to be in that order. In Japanese, it doesn't matter. So, and it made me learn my language is really weird in that regard. So I learned as much about my system as I did. Yeah, you learn things by comparing and contrasting. So I actually, as much as I can't stand the fact that we've got, a bunch of bishops from the Church of England, about 10 of them in the House of Lords, we even have a law in the UK that Sunday trading laws, where they're only allowed to open a certain amount of hours on a Sunday. Because, people should have the ability to go to church or whatever. But even then, the bishops was everybody should have a day off at least, or the opportunity to have a day off. And it wasn't really about the religion, it was about people, which, is interesting when you look at it. So, yeah. But anyway, I'm sorry, I was rambling.
See, I'm gonna probably incorrectly attribute this to American unions.
We've had our unions as well. I mean, the 1970s, people would throw down tools at the drop of a hat, any hat.
Oh.
1970 cars. If the guys weren't having a strike, they were making crap cars.
I had a 1970s Mustang. I sold that thing and it helped pay for my first house.
I haven't even had a house. But I'm hoping to change that soon.
I'm a model maker. I have to make houses. That's the nearest I can get to owning one.
That's awesome. It's wonderful to have a trade like that. If I may say, your prior example of that guy going from Xbox to PlayStation or what have you, or I don't remember which it was, but that is an example of freedom of association, without any punishment. All right, and that is a long-held value in leftist tradition, particularly in anarchism, when I'm just simply saying that, you have a freedom to make any type of agreement with anyone, as long as you're not harming other people in your society. And I think that should be something that we should all reach toward. And let's just say that someone has a skill set and they're highly valued within their community. That individual has some form of experience that in a situation, they are provided a temporary hierarchical position. Like a lot of people think anarchists are completely against all hierarchies, and that's not true. They have to be justified and for a purpose. So that individual is given that opportunity to share their knowledge or information to help improve someone's situation or understanding, or much less if they have a shared goal. We all agree, hey, this captain of the ship, what they say goes while we're at sea. But the moment you're back at port, that person's hierarchical position over you ends. And that's the
Yeah.
way I look at the government of the U.S. Most of it is needless. And it's just, it's really all about control and power of the populace. And it's most unfortunate because what happens is we land ourselves into nation states in competition one against the other for resources. When in reality, that's a needless proposition, and it needs to go to the wayside. We need to evolve as thinkers, and we need to evolve as a society, as local community upward. And when I say upward, I mean outward, not upward, because we're all should be horizontally aligned. And this is the problem with these hierarchical governments. And these are the reason why wars and all these other things happen. Even the development of money came across as the way to ensure conquering armies that they have some way of supporting themselves. The earliest minted coins were coming from Babylon and all, Egypt and all, so that they could support their conquering armies. Look, debt is older than money, but the principle of the matter is that if I want to sell you something or trade something, that's my own goddamn. That should be my own. And people say, well, how are we going to build roads in anarchism? How are we going to build, infrastructure? Like everybody did. How did the fucking Great Pyramids get built before the invention of money?
There's two answers to that.
We all got together, had an agreement to accomplish something. And the pyramids weren't built by slaves.
Yeah,
They were built by groups of people who were in agreement.
I've actually been to Egypt. You can see the graffiti of the Egyptians who helped build the pyramids underneath, around, on all sides. You could take tours. They were real people. They had real lives. They wrote, so and so's wife had too much wine last night, or like they were real people. Egypt is awesome. I've been there. It's something to get into.
See,
Yeah, no,
I
I
didn't
agree.
know that, but I wish it's something they put into the history documentaries.
You know what? I thought it was they were built with slaves, and the answer of how they were built is whips, massive whips.
That's not true.
No, it was there were actual camps and people that lived there,
Yeah.
and
Hey,
and
they
coexisted,
look at-
and they
Paid construction workers.
I'm
You
a
look
bit
at
of
this great architectural undertaking, which every
They were all
pyramid would have been, every sphinx would have been. You're not going to build that with slaves.
Yeah.
You're going to build that with skilled laborers who actually know what they're doing. And what's that going to
There
take?
was something.
Some form of currency to pay them.
There was something they were all getting out of it. They were all agreeing to do something for some major reason, and they all agreed it and did it through cooperation.
And you know something? Think
More
about.
money.
There's been a modern one of that, and that's been the COVID vaccines.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's been a huge undertaking, and there are people that are stupid enough to reject it.
Yep.
And I
Yeah.
don't get it
Oh,
because,
you see that again?
because
That's the
I've
American
had
polarization.
I've had my Johnson and Johnson one and done. I've had the booster, which I
Mhm.
think was a Pfizer. I think is
So-
what I had.
I was reluctant, and as an employer, I had to stand in front of everybody and take the jab. I'm immunocompromised. I smoked cigarettes for 20 years. I only quit smoking 3 years ago, and I barely had a cough when I got the jab. The
Yes,
first time.
I'm immunocompromised as well.
And the second time it made me a little sick, but I was sick. But I had to get it anyways, And I'm sick all the
I have
time.
arachnoiditis. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
no, I agree with you.
I was
But
fine with mine. It was only the first one when I got a bit sick. I had like flu-like symptoms for 2 days, and then just disappeared.
Yeah.
I
that-
was I
I
was
had it
born
done.
with
I had it done, and that night I went to bed shivering. My hands couldn't keep still. You know,
Oh,
it was like I
Yeah.
had Tourette's or something, and so I went to bed freezing under 2 duvets. Still couldn't get warm. I had to have a hot shower, and that was enough to warm me up. And then I managed to get to sleep. And I woke up bathed in sweat. And then 24 hours, the same thing happened. And then I woke up on Sunday, and I felt awful. Bathed in sweat again. And then at lunchtime, it just disappeared. It didn't. I didn't get better. I just suddenly got better. I was fine. I
Yeah.
went from feeling crap to feeling, I feel fine now. What happened there?
I had COVID a few months prior to getting the vaccine because the VA, which is the only way I got the vaccine at the time. I wanted to die under COVID, and for about 4 hours I wanted to die with the
I was so
vaccine.
scared for you, Z.
But I mean, 4 hours of wanting to die versus a week. Yeah, I'm gonna take the vaccine.
I'm born with respiratory issues, and so as somebody who has usage of 60% of their lungs, I don't think the average person understands the undertaking that it takes your body to move around when you're using half of your lungs, basically.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
it's cut my
absolutely.
life. Like, it will cut my life short. If I didn't have really good health insurance, like, I wouldn't be alive right now.
This is why America is screwed.
I'm not supposed to be alive now. I was given a 3.5-year life term by my doctor. She said, you got about 3.5 years left because my adhesive arachnoiditis is in the like literally I'm in the end stages. I'm catastrophic in my evaluation.
Sorry.
And yet still I'm still kicking. So I don't know what's going on. But my doctor
You're just
we're
too
glad
stubborn.
Damn right.
Yeah,
Keep going.
Well, I always tell
Try
people,
do it.
I didn't finish with me. It's still got a lot of punishing left, But at the same time, I honestly, I just recently I was suicidal. I'll admit it to you. I just wanted to end it all. I called one of my one and only friends and told him I'm going, and I was going to buy a gun and just get it done with, because. But then the other part of me kicked in, and I said, no, I can't do that to my wife. I can't do that to my, friends. And the other part of it is that, I just, honestly, it just, you can see so much insanity, and you can care so deeply about the world, and you think that you have so many answers. And I honestly think I have an awful lot of answers, and you got too. We can, ladies and gentlemen and present in this audience, we all have a lot of answers that could solve a lot of shit that the U.S. government would fuck up on day one, even if we implement it. So, honestly, somebody always wants to be the top dog in this country, and that's the problem. But the issue is that at some point you just get so burned out on it. You're like, oh, fuck this, and you get so upset.
A long time ago, I gave up and I started trying to help individuals. Like, in my local area, I try to go out and help people because, like you just said, I feel like I feel like I can solve the world's problems, but I can't. So I went out and just started helping people around me. I'm trying to do my part, at least.
I'm looking on Twitter, and someone's posted a picture of Tucker Carlson with the tagline at the bottom saying, Putin just wants to keep his western border secure. And, while that might be sort of true, there's a difference between putting a lot of defenses on your border, and invading someone else's country.
Oh, why did I go on Twitter? Never mind.
It's a bit like, my neighbors are a pain in the backside. So I'm going to put in, but rather than put a fence up in my garden to, stop them from running onto my lawn or whatever, I don't know, who cares, right? No, I'm just going to go and break their door down and steal their house.
Doc, how are you feeling about everything that's going on right now?
Well, I mean, I don't know a lot of the history of the Russia-Ukraine thing, but I mean, it sure seems to me like Russia has no reason to go to war, and they just want to go to war so fucking bad. I don't know really what's going on, if it's about conquering, if it's about ego and all that shit, or
You see, it's a thing where I'm kind of in agreement with NPR. It's Russia or not Russia, but Vladimir Putin sees
Putin
democracy as a threat to his power.
yeah.
Because it's a potentially legitimate alternative to his authoritarian bullshit. Because I mean, Putin's been in power like half my life.
I was about to say, since I was in high school, and that was a while ago.
Yeah, hasn't he like outlived his term like 10 times freaking over, and he was somehow able to change the rules so that he could stay president?
Yeah, he had a referendum on it. Yeah. Something that you may not know is that Putin is kind of like an orthodox evangelical. He's really into that stuff. I mean, he goes and prays and all that kind of stuff. So there's a really big Orthodox thing going on in Kiev. Not a thing going on, sorry. A lot of Orthodox church history in Kiev. And as in, like, a whole bunch of Russian saints have tombs in Kiev, in the church in Kiev, the Orthodox church in Kiev. So you will see it if it is a full invasion, and he'll make a beeline for that church. Believe it, that's going to happen. And that
Crazy.
for him, it's not just about borders, but it's also about faith and effectively. Kiev is basically Jerusalem for him. So this is almost a sort of a personal crusades for him.
Oh, so he's going full George Bush on this one, huh?
Not quite the same thing. This is like, I mean, like Jerusalem and
I know. I was making a joke when you said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a saying too.
I mean, very easily though, you could say it's a Gog and Magog kind of thing.
I just don't get it anymore in the modern era. But
well, I mean, it's funny because I'm 35 years old. I'm on average 60 years younger than the average politician. And I'm like, why the fuck are we doing this shit?
I'm 6 years older than you, and I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, like
my generation. And the funny thing is, a lot of people that are from my generation were there the second time, and you were there. They're over it. My brother was in Afghanistan from the beginning to the end, and he did his full 20 years in the Air Force, going back and forth. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He did his entire 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan, basically. Well, he joined
we started in 2003.
Well, he joined in 1994, 1995. But then, he was fully enlisted by the time September 11th came around, and finished his career in Iraq and Afghanistan. So,
Yeah.
over it. Over it.
Yeah, no,
Over
it's
it.
ridiculous. Like like so many of my opinions have evolved because of my time in the Air Force. Like, I mean, I look at what civilian cops do, and I'm like, I would have had a fish hook shoved through my dick, and I'd been raised up a flagpole in front of the squadron as an example. If I did 0.1% of what civilian cops in America do,
Yeah.
like I would have been a legitimate example to the squadron
Dude,
for
it's bad
1%
here.
of what American cops do.
Recently in Los Angeles, just now 4,000 sheriffs got fired for not being vaccinated. And they've had a year and a half to get vaccinated. And our sheriff is going on Fox News and politicizing our freedom, basically. Because if the cops don't defend us,
It's not a year
If
and
the
a half.
cops don't defend us, who will? I don't know.
well,
Better
see, that's the
trained
thing.
social
That's the
workers?
thing. Like in California, it's the lie that Californians are unarmed. Like I don't know who tells that lies that like we're all hippies and stuff. Like no. So I'll beyond defend myself, but like I don't know. This place, it's changed, and of course, like anything, it's become political because our sheriff goes on Fox News and cries about being defunded.
Well, defunded, man. You know what? The American police don't need to be anywhere near as equipped as the U.S. military does in a fucking militarized area.
I'm not even saying this to be dramatic. Our sheriffs have the same equipment that the Russians are storming Ukraine with right now.
Yeah,
And I'm not even saying that to be dramatic. Like,
I know.
Sick.
they will come to your house with a tank. in
It's got to
LA.
be something like 10, 12, maybe even 15 years ago now. But there was a story that I heard out of LA where to stop they started to try recording what the cops were doing, kind of thing. To have, and then they started turning them off. So what they did was they made them so they couldn't turn them off, and that the police car would radio the signal back to the headquarters where the film, where the recording was being done. So it wasn't being recorded live where they were, which they could interfere with. And so what happened was the cops were breaking the antenna on the police car so that the data couldn't be sent back, so that they could do dodgy, busts or whatever.
It's so bad now that I don't know about the sheriffs cannot turn their cars off because their cameras are connected to their cars. So they'll be at like a fast food place and there'll be one sheriff out there like he's the probie in a biker gang. Because he's the low end of the totem pole because all the cars have to be on because their cameras have to be on. So that is very true.
Yeah.
But I live in the outskirts because in the city it's just not the place to be. Like most major
the way
cities.
they had to solve that problem of them breaking the antenna was basically if you break the antenna, you got to book the car out. And if you break if it comes back broken, then you're in trouble. You get kicked out or whatever.
My neighbor's a sheriff, and he'll come home and leave his car on in the front of his house, go in his kitchen, cook breakfast and everything, and leave his car on.
Sick.
Yeah, I'm sure someone's stolen a sheriff car or two. Because literally, you just put them in reverse. I don't even think they have parking brakes on those things. But yeah, LA's it's nuts here, and I always say, oh, the media is overhyping things. It's not that bad. In my town, at my mall, I recently went on Facebook because Facebook is kind of depressing after a while, so I don't go on it too much. At my mall, we've had over 100 smash and grab robberies. Just people smashing jewelry stores and running, and because it's near a freeway, people have quick access to get out of my town,
Mm.
So LA's turned into Gotham City. But again, where I live, it's quiet. So unfortunately, I'm like, oh, it's not affecting me because it's people. It's like Mayberry. We walk our dogs, we wave. Literally white picket fences around here. It's easy to forget that the world's going to shit around me.
Despite all the American flags around you.
I was raised like my dad was in the Navy. I was raised by a hardcore like biker American homer. So it's for all the criticisms I have of America, I am still one of those people where I'm like, if you don't like it, you can get out. You can get right out of my, because I was, I was raised by some hardcore Americans. But like I said, I've been overseas, so I know that America is not the end all be all,
Yeah. Well, I like before that, my parents tried to instill that in me, and then I joined the military, and I'm like, oh yeah, America, fuck yeah. I came across this German woman that was going out with a buddy of mine in the Air Force, and she was like, yeah, no, Americans need to elect Obama, and I'm like, you don't have a say. No, she absolutely had a say. She was allowed to express her opinion. She was right, incidentally. Although we should have elected someone left of Obama, because as it turns out, he was a bit of a bitch.
I was traveling around a lot during the Bush era, the second Bush, and people used to always tell me, like, you're cool, but I hate your president. All the time. All the time. I miss that about traveling. Because I try to not look like American, and someone would walk up to me and be like, you're an American.
See, unless I'm in Europe, I can't get away with it. And even then, I have to learn how to speak the language, and that's a whole thing.
I speak Spanish, but I speak Mexican Spanish because I lived in Sinaloa because I have family that's from there. But when I went overseas, like besides France, very few people speak that dialect of Spanish.
Yeah, I live in Ohio. I've lived in Ohio for pretty much my whole life, and when I try to speak another language, it comes out "Yo speako Spanisho," which is not great for racial sensitivity.
If you're trying, though, I'll tell you in all honesty, if you're sincerely trying, people won't think you're racist.
You know something? Is it just me, or does Ohio sound like a greeting?
Well, in Japan,
I like that, Laura. I like that.
In Japan,
Ohio.
Yeah, you go to Japan, Ohio. Hello.
So is Idaho a confession?
Probably. Idaho, Idaho. I'm gonna be canceled.
Okay, I'm going to try and push the joke a little bit further. I did not hit it. I did not. Ohio, Mark.
So, Klaus, every time I try to talk like an Aussie or anything, it comes out semi-offensive. So I'm kind of co-signing on what Bubs was saying. And it's not sincere. When I do it, it's not sincere.
Okay. The key to doing Australian is the first sentence has to sound like a question, whether it's a question or not.
That's
what
so
I've gotten
true.
out of that TV What I've
You know,
gotten out of
I'm
that
gonna go.
day
I'm gonna go
was
to my
have
mates
Austin.
to go to their Barbie.
See, if you wanna talk Aussie, if you're going off of American television,
Yeah.
you pronounce the O sound at the end of a word with an R. Or nor. you always end on an R.
Do you know even in America we have different dialects depending on where you are, and even if I tried those accents, it comes out awful.
You see, I think the most boring accent in America is the Midwestern one. And it's because we got nothing.
But yeah, but like in California, we're kind of the same way, in a way. Like we have kind of a flat language because, especially where I live. Where I live in Los Angeles, it's a transitional city. Well, Los Angeles is a transitional city, so people are moving here from all around the world. So, we literally do speak like trash can English around here.
My mother has a fairly distinctive Midwestern accent.
Oh, that's awesome.
Much more pronounced than mine.
So what would be considered like a Midwestern accent, though?
Me.
Oh gosh, let me think of something my mother told me.
Because I
knew... them damn Catholics and their man-made ballyhoo and folderol.
Oh, that's awesome. See, that's awesome. That's
awesome. That's a good old style Midwestern or Iowan accent. Another Midwestern thing, and this might just be my family. I actually haven't heard many people use this, but ending a sentence with Y, as if it's a functional ellipsis, like the ... That's how it functions. It's like, well, if we can get the car running, why? Instead of finishing the sentence. Okay, that's like it might be particular to my family, but that's kind of what I grew up with in Iowa. So
that would slowly drive me crazy. Because I'm an answer-driven kind of person. That would slowly drive me insane. Oh, that's funny.
I had an amusing thing the other day, or yesterday, in fact. Well, it was the day before now. Forget it. Anyway, so I've got quite a lot of DVDs, and I've decided I'd watch the Toy Story ones that I've got. And the Bo Peep is the lady who was Janine in Ghostbusters. And it's really? I just wait a minute. I know that name, and I looked it up, and it's like it was, and it's like she sounds nothing like it because, of course, I hear Janine and like Ghostbusters. What do you want? Kind of thing. I did a really bad accent there of it, but you know what I mean.
You got one.
It has that New York drawl to it.
That's like when you're gonna laugh, but that's like the first time I found out that Jamie Bambier was English. Because I'd watched Battlestar Galactica.
Do you mean Jamie Bamba?
Yes.
Yeah.
I speak with the Southern California twang. We add letters.
It made him sound like he was French.
Well, you know what it is? It's me trying to pronounce it, hearing English people pronouncing their own name, or somebody else saying it. And or like Andrew Lincoln as well. I was like, what? It creeps me out how people from the UK can switch their accent. I can't switch mine. I can speak Spanish.
One of the reasons I think is because we do have a lot of accents in a relatively short amount of distance.
Exactly.
I mean, like, for example, Manchester, where I live, there's two versions of Manchester. There's a kind of like a Lancastrian accent, which is a bit sort of farmy sound. And then you've got the sort of scally, as it's called. So it's like, all right, mate, how you doing, pal? Kind of thing. Whereas 40 miles away, you got Liverpool. It's all right, mate, how you doing? Kind of thing. And they've got this higher pitch, and it's different again. I mean, like, the guy who played Darth Vader in the original, in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
That was David Prowse. David Prowse comes from the southwest. He comes from Bristol, farmer sound. So like, I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. Would be what he sounds like, or what he sounded like in real life. He's dead now, sadly. But that's. And you can have all these little accents in all sorts of places. It's kind of weird because for me, I don't have an actual accent. I have a kind of combination. And my parents were in the Air Force, so the first 17 years of my life was moving all over the place. But when I went to school at the school on the Air Force Base. And you have a mixture of everything from slumtown kids to, slumtown families to the families of the officers and gentlemen. And so they teach to the standard of the officers and gentlemen. So if you listen to me, my diction is very precise. However, I've lived in Manchester long enough that I've kind of, picked up some of the things that the way things are done. So, for example, I talk quickly, and also that I've shortened the vowel. So it used to be Bath, and now it's Bath. So like the bit outside where you live, it's not the path, it's the path. And so it kind of sounds weird because for people up here, I sound like I'm from the south. For people down the south, I sound like I'm from the north. I've even had people ask me if I was Australian.
Trust me, I know how it is to not sound how people expect you to. I actually get that often. Because I'll talk to someone on the telephone and then I show up and they're like, okay, where's sewing? Especially because I own a business. I do a lot of orders online and stuff or over the telephone. And the best was we do lumber orders, and I walked in. I had been talking to this young lady for 3 years. And I walked in and she's like, where's William? And I was like, he's right here. But she didn't picture me as a person of color at all.
God damn it, Donnie.
It was a bit shocking. Oh, I'm just going to sit here and drink my coffee, bub. That's what I'm going to do. I love this picture. I'm just going to sit here and drink my coffee.
He looks so different now, doesn't he?
Calmer than you are.
John
absolutely.
He's lost loads and loads of weight now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's like Penn Jillette, isn't he, as well? Also, someone that lost loads and loads of weight.
I've probably told the story a million times, but I went and saw Wicked at the Pantages Theater in Hollywood, and John Goodman was in front of me, dressed like a hobo. He smelled of weed so much that I wanted to give him a high five. And they let John Goodman, and they let him walk in the theater with no ticket and weed in his pocket.
Calmer than you are.
That's weird because, like, on what was it I have the 10th or 15th anniversary edition DVD of The Big Lebowski, and they have interviews with some of the people and with John Goodman. And he like, there's one part where he turns to the camera and he says, now you don't have to get high to enjoy this movie, kids. You can do it without the drugs. So he seems to be putting up some kind of front.
He's a legend. Do you know the one who went full overboard that I was so shocked was Jim Belushi? He has a beautiful pot farm, and I smoked his pot, and it's glorious. It was worth the extra $20. It was glorious. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting ripped off, but it was quality.
Man, my life sucks.
Oh, and Dwayne Wade has marijuana out too, and if you ever see it, buy it because he's pro LGBTQIA plus because he has a trans daughter.
Dude, I apparently have no fucking clue what good weed is. To hear you talk. The shit I get is nothing. It doesn't hold a candle to what y'all are talking about.
Okay, but to be fair, I wasn't spoiled until it was legalized, and just like everybody else, I grew up in the era where you went to prison for marijuana. So so it's still weird to me to this day that I can go to a store, walk in and purchase large amounts of marijuana and go home in peace. I got pulled over one time with pot in my car, and the cop's like, "Oh, looks like you're gonna have a good night," and let me go. When I was younger, you would go to prison for that. You know, so it's still weird to me.
And it's still very dangerous for me. Very dangerous.
Laura, is there any kind of push for legalization in the UK anywhere of marijuana?
Yeah, but politicians don't like the idea because they're old.
That's kind of what happened here in California. Was that we had an older generation that had power, and we tried to pass a marijuana law 9 years ago, and it only passed 3 years ago.
Yeah, but to be honest, I don't really care because I'm not that kind of person. I've never taken drugs before.
Well, the one thing it does is it's really revitalized our economy here, and certain neighborhoods that were going downhill, it's completely pumped money back into their neighborhoods, and they've become functioning again.
I'm just sort of chuckling at the idea of like, yeah, we weren't doing very well because we had a bit of a drug problem in this area. Now we haven't got a drug problem because you're allowed to do it.
Yeah, it's really sad but true.
So instead of trying to sell it and pretend that you're not and hope to not get caught, I can do it openly. So it's been really good for business.
And it's reduced crime and people eat more Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah. See,
I'm probably the big fuddy-duddy in here because saying that makes me the fuddy-duddy. I prefer CBD. First of all, because it hits my lungs less painfully because I have asthma. And I just want relief from the pain, which is exactly what CBD does. I have chronic pain. I have arthritis all the way up from my ankles to just below my shoulders.
Shit.
And I just want the pain to stop, and CBD will do it.
I agree with that.
I just want CBD.
I agree with Apetivist because I had a stream about this a while ago about we should legalize all drugs across the board. I think we should. It would really bring down crime, especially here where I live, because I live in a predominantly affluent neighborhood. Meth is rampant here, absolutely rampant here.
I haven't encountered a lot of meth myself for a very long time, but I don't have any contact with humans.
I live in
anymore.
Sorry, Apetivist. I live in the burbs above Los Angeles, so I live 20 to 35 miles north of LA, which by California terms isn't that far at all because I own 3 vehicles. But yeah, I think we should legalize all drugs. It wasn't
I think
Spain,
so too.
But Portugal has. And I've been to Amsterdam and I had a good old time. I was a kid. I got really wasted and I went home.
I think legalizing drugs will be humane population control. It would result in some people potentially dying, because some drugs you can overdose on. You there. I believe in maintaining a law against DUIs.
Oh,
That should absolutely be kept. Nobody should be getting fucked up and going out and driving. That's fucked up.
Are you
But
pro
people
or
are gonna
against
but
DUI?
people are gonna do that no matter what you legalize. People are gonna do that. So there's a little bit of population control.
Sorry,
No,
Doc. Did you say you were pro or against drunk driving?
I am against drunk driving.
Oh, okay,
hardcore.
okay. Because I
Hardcore.
yeah.
All DUI. No matter you should not be able to get fucked up on any drug and go out and drive. That shit's fucked. I'm
I've
absolutely against that. Yeah.
from the time I was
but I
like,
am for the legalization of all the drugs, and yes, it will lead to some deaths, but I think it's more humane than any kind of like culling of the herd or our population getting out of control and everything just fucking collapsing, and you got food riots and chaos and everything like that. I think the alternative is way worse.
20 something years ago, I was down and out and I lived in Portland and I had a job, but like this was before things started going good for me. And the people in Portland, of course, this was 100 years ago, before all the politics creeped in. There were programs where people from the area came together and helped people out. People would meet under the bridge, and most of the people there weren't even homeless. They just couldn't afford to have a bus pass and eat every day, which still isn't rare, But
Yep.
but the people of Portland came together and helped each other out, So it is possible for people to come together and help people thrive and exist,
So I want to mention something about DUI, and we have some problems in the UK with it as well, but nothing compared to America. And I think the main reason for that is if you want to go to a bar, you've got to drive there, whereas I can walk 4 minutes away and I'll be there. And that's only because it takes a minute or two to use the lift. But there's a really, really bad statistic that I see a lot on Twitter. So I follow the Greater Manchester Police's traffic unit. And so Greater Manchester, is about 500 square miles and has a population of 2.8 million people. Now, how many traffic cops do you think are on duty at any one time?
45.
Yeah, lower. Yeah, you were thinking about going a bit lower. Yeah, keep going.
Did you say 300 square miles?
500 roughly. It's
LA
12.
County, where I live, is 300 square miles from the beach to the mountains, and there's 10 million people just in my county.
Yeah. But no, go on. Keep guessing.
10.
Lower.
Whoa.
Fuck.
Oregon State Trooper style, huh? 5?
It's been between 4 and 6 at any one time.
Wow.
Covering a massive area. Now, the traffic cops unit. So there's a couple of ones that use the Twitter feed, and every single day that those guys are on duty, tweeting away, they will catch at least one drink or drug driver, a DUI. Now, if there's only between 4 and 6 of them, how many do you are doing it every single day and not get caught?
Oh, absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
scary.
I've been affected by drunk drivers, so I think they should be thrown under the jail. But that's because it's personal.
Yeah.
I think like you shouldn't have that much power to take someone's life because you felt like getting wasted and you were too lazy to get a designated driver.
Yeah. There was let's see if I can find it. So a
But
couple
like,
of years ago, a cyclist went and went and killed a motorist. Killed a pedestrian, and where is it? I thought it was. There's a thread.
yeah, I have no sympathy for people who drink and drive. I am as well. I'm very anti DUI. From the time I was 12 on, basically, I've known people that were hit by DUI by drunk drivers. It does.
Yeah. So, cyclist basically ran into a pedestrian and killed her. He knocked her over. She died. She
Ugh.
walked out in front of her, but his bike was illegal. You have to have at least one brake, and he had a fixie, which is where I don't know if you know what a fixie is. It's where the front cog that you pedal with is directly attached to the rear one. There's no gear. There's no it's just direct power, and there's no gears or anything. And so to slow down, you've got to push against the pedals. Think of it like a three-wheeler. When you were a kid and the front pedal thing is attached to the wheel. Similar kind of thing. The way you slow down is to stop pedaling or lift your legs off or something. Anyway, so he ended up going to jail for 6 months for that or whatever it was.
For murder?
Because he was basically his bike was illegal. But the thing is, so this is just a thread. So it's a thread for all the pundits lining up to wring their hands about dangerous cycling and light sentences in the wake of the Allison case. Is the guy that killed. When Isabel Barmer carried Tom Ridgway 19 yards on his bonnet hood before crashing into a tree and was fined £35. Where was your voice? When Lee Sewell was speeding after a 14 hours taxi stint, fatally smashed Gary Glayman 120 yards off a crossing and was fined £500. What about the killer of Edith Cairns, fined £150 for driving without glasses? He did it 2 years later, killing again. 4-year-old Asmi Weir killed while scooting along a pavement by a curb-mounting driver who was acquitted. Clinton Pringle killed by an innocent driver who'd been texting moments before impact. He was 8 months suspended sentence. And just there's loads of them.
That's awful.
And what it is, kill someone with your car, you're likely to get away with it. Kill someone with a knife or a gun or something, you go to jail.
You get an equal amount of time here in America.
Hit on the pavement at 30 miles an hour, driver drove off without alerting emergency services, £500 fine.
The only person in America that I think that I've ever known to get away with murder like that is Caitlyn Jenner. She killed someone on PCH and got away with it. If that was anyone else here, the California Highway Patrol would have put us in jail for life. If that was anyone else, even people that lived in that area that were rich, if it was anybody else except for her, they would have been put in jail for life. It's awful.
Yeah. That one, she lay unattended for 11 minutes, induced coma, 3 months in hospital, multiple operations. Lee Griffiths will drive again in 12 months. Bertie Soames ran down a cyclist, breaking multiple bones. He lied about dialing 911, and drove off. £266 fine, 6-month ban. Lawyer knocked over and killed a 91-year-old grandfather in zebra crossing, cleared of causing death by dangerous driving. Speed of an 80-year-old on a crossing, leave them to die and tell the police you hit a stone. 8 months. Nodded off at the wheel. Lennon Tolan was 5, killed on a pavement by a driver entering an illegal car park. No evidence of careless driving, no charges brought. Yeah, these are... Sorry, killed the conversation there, didn't I?
That's all right. It's
That's
okay.
right. Well, I mean, we were talking about DUIs and shit earlier, so
Yeah.
you didn't kill it yourself.
No. Well, what it is, I'm a safety... I ride a bicycle. I think that's a great way to get around a city if it's small enough, or easy enough. Most journeys in the UK are less than 5 miles, so it's a good way to get around. And you hear story about congestion and stuff like that, and like, this is such a problem, and it's like, well, maybe if some of you didn't like drive to make this really short distance,
like also here in LA, even not even intoxicated with alcohol, people drive like crazy. Our speed limit is 65 on the highway by my house. In traffic, it'll take me 20 minutes to get somewhere, and I'm like, it's amazing that I got here. We drive like maniacs. The way that I drive in Los Angeles, I would go to jail if I was in Doc's area and I drove around like that. They would put me in jail.
Yeah, I literally posted something about it yesterday. Speeding figures on 30 mile per hour zone, 46% of all traffic break the speed limits, with 56 and 58% by cars and vans. On 20 mile per hour zone, so that's like outside schools, in like housing estate areas, so on 20 mile an hour zones, it's 80%, 86% overall, and 86% by cars and vans. And the thing is, the police will say speed is a factor in 19% of road fatalities.
I was in a major car accident, and even though it was the other person's fault, I was speeding as well. They cut in front of me. They made a left-hand turn when I still had the green, but I was flying. So I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Oh yeah. I take responsibility for my idiotic behavior. And almost dying has this funny thing. Well, guess what I don't do anymore? I don't drive as fast as I used to. That's why I drive my big mobber truck more, because it slows me down.
I took part in a cycling demonstration a couple of years ago in 2019. A big day for me in my transition, because I was stood on I suppose almost on a podium, but I had a loudspeaker and I was addressing the crowd. And I would never have done that as a guy, let alone, as a woman now. But one of the things that I kind of joked about, and so what happened was, in the south part of the city, there's like 2 lanes going into the city, because at rush, it was 2 lanes in and 2 lanes out. But because during the rush hour, there's so much traffic, you need 2 lanes to be able to stack things up, as it were. And there was somebody, what happened was they'd had to shut one of the lanes down to do road repairs. Because they were like well overdue. And so, well, as a result, of course, you've now got twice as much, you've got all 100% of traffic trying to get through 50% of the lanes available. And so, there was a lot of congestion. So some guy, news article on the local paper, local newspaper website, and this guy was complaining it took him 45 minutes to drive 2 miles to get to work. And it's like, well, why are you driving? It's 2 miles. You could walk it in less than that, or ride a bike and be there in like 15, 20 minutes.
So in America, we're crazy.
Yeah, but at the same time, the same week, I saw a lady on Twitter complain that it took her 20 minutes to drive half a mile to get to the gym, where she presumably rode a bicycle that didn't go anywhere for 20 minutes. You know, and it's like, you could have jogged there. There's your warm-up.
Mhm.
You know, it just baffles me when I hear stuff like that. And, and like we've got these things with COVID. They didn't want, because in a city, you get more people using public transport, trains, the underground or the subway system or, buses. And so, it's an easy way to get around the city. And so, a lot of people do it. And so, well, they, obviously with lockdowns and COVID going around, they didn't want loads of people congregating on buses. So what they did was they would take, a 2-lane road and they would make it a 1-lane road and make the other lane a cycle lane. They were called pop-up cycle lanes. That was the nickname for them. And, sometimes they would put cones or whatever to separate them. But either way, it was a temporary measure. And it worked. It allowed, lots of people started cycling, and, the amount of road use, driving went down. Obviously, there weren't as many people driving anyway, but, it was amazing. Well, another thing that they did was created these low traffic zones or low traffic network. So when you've got like a housing estate, instead of having an area where people could cut through to get to bypass like a busy junction or something like that, so you'd have people whizzing past your front door, all hours of the day and night at speed, and it was not only was it dangerous, but it's a lot of pollution and stuff like that. And so what they did was they basically turned them into cul-de-sacs, so you could only get in or out one direction. And generally, the only way you'd want to go into that area is if you lived there. So it was popular for the people who lived in those areas, but people who want to bypass that area, so they can cut the traffic, cut the time it takes, and whatever, they're like really against it. And it's like, wait a minute. You want to complain that it takes you longer, but you're okay polluting someone else's home, and stuff like that. And it's, and their arguments are just so selfish. It's obscene.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I had someone say, oh, well, it's all right for you. You live down one of these things. I said, no, I live on a main road. I have 3-lane traffic going past my window. So no, that's not what it's like at all. But it's like, it's open season to poison other people with your motor vehicles, with all the carcinogen, all the pollution coming out the back and stuff, and yet when they put these things in, kids could play outside.
Mhm.
Do you know, I hate to say it, but every time lately I get behind, because I have a fuel efficient car that I drive when I go long distances, and every time I get behind a classic car lately, I'm like, this car's beautiful, but it's destroying the atmosphere.
Yeah.
If I could smell your exhaust, if I could smell your radiator, you're murdering my brain cells. You are. If I could smell, and I'm in the car behind you,
Yeah.
just the amount of carcinogens they're pumping in the air as well. Yeah, it's sad. I had that thought recently when I was at the beach, because you always see somebody with a really nice classic car,
Mm.
but then you get behind them and it smells like the 1950s. It's true. Because it's so authentic that it's coal driven.
Oh. There's a funny thing that I hear, from sort of like, roads were made for, cars. And it's like, those bloody Romans, they were really, really clever inventing roads like 1,000 years before the car was invented.
Yeah.
cyclists should be on the pavement, they shouldn't be on the road, get out of my way kind of thing. And it's like cyclists have been required to use the road in the UK since 1835, 60 years before the car was invented. And the thing about it is, and this is a really entertaining thing, so the history of paved roads is thanks to cyclists. Because what happened was, I mean, this is in the UK and Europe in particular. Because what happened was when, certainly I can tell you in the UK. So what happened was, most people lived in the areas that they worked, and so there wasn't much inter-town traffic, and what was there? It was like muddy trails, really. Think Little House on the Prairie kind of thing. So somewhere like where I live in Manchester, it rains 53% of the time. So you can imagine in the winter when it's rained for 5 days straight, that's not going to be a very nice trail to make. And so when the Industrial Revolution hit and they went and built canals to transport, coal in and cotton out, and then later on they invented trains, there was really no, the way that you would travel would be, through, on the train to get from one place to another. If you needed to leave at all, which most people didn't, the idea of commuting wasn't a thing. That was like a 10-minute, 20-minute walk to work, to the factory or whatever. But so what happened was in the sort of late 19th into the early 20th century, people started, they sort of invented the bicycle basically, and people wanted to go on a nice trip because these are the old days before computer games and TVs and stuff like that. What are you going to do on your day off? And so people would go out for a bike ride. But what happened was the trails were like dirty, or they were muddy and wet, or they were dusty and dry, and you got dirty and filthy. And so basically, there was the Cycling Touring Club, who had the money that you paid went towards paving the roads. They literally paved the roads for cyclists. So cyclists were the ones that effectively paid for the roads to be done, and then later on they did the similar thing for bigger roads for cars, and then and now we have in the UK people think that road tax pays for the roads, and this is utter nonsense because in the UK, so vehicle excise duty, colloquially known as road tax, which disappeared in the 1930s. It's just a tax on emissions nowadays. But road tax collects £5 billion a year. But the Highways Agency budget, which is for like the motorways, like the interstate and major trunk roads, their budget is £6.5 billion. So even if it all went to the roads, it still wouldn't cover the motorway network, which cyclists aren't allowed to use. What pays for road repairs on the local level is council tax, and cyclists pay that. But unlike all the cars and lorries and buses and trucks and things like that, which damage the road and rip it up and has to be relayed after 20 years or whatever, cyclists do no damage to the road. So far from cyclists not paying their way, they're actually subsidizing the motorists. And yet the motorists just like, oh, cyclists should just get out of my way. And if they don't pay road tax, they, even if they got rid of road tax, they just find another reason to be shitty. It's a ridiculous, it's a turf war, and it's stupid. Sorry, I'm ranting. I do that.
You're good.
Like I say, I'm a cycling advocate. I think if we only got 10% of people in the city where I live cycling to work, you'd have lots of people that are much healthier because, doing exercise, that you tend to be fitter. If you're fitter, you get less illnesses thanks to sedentary lifestyle, sitting on a couch, eating food or whatever. You know, so that's health. That's better for the NHS. You know, when medical, you know, when the NHS is strapped and struggling, anything to make it easier and you know is welcome. And yet, you know, people just struggle to make the change. You know, I personally think that they should price per mile. You know, tax per mile. The more miles you drive, the more you pay. You know, because that way you're, you know, and it's a bit like cigarettes. They put the price up and up and up and up, and you know, effectively price people out of it. And it's like,
True.
you know, there doesn't seem to be a deterrent from adding to the congestion and the pollution. I mean, even if we go electric, it's still going to be congestion. It's not like it's going to go away. You know, and you know, it's like Elon Musk with his you know, sort of the Hyperloop thing in Vegas, and it actually is instead of being a 300-mile-per-hour thing that can get you there in seconds, it's a 20-minute ride in a tunnel with lights in it, driven by guys in taxi Teslas. You know, it's like, oh yeah, this is going to be better, and it's like, not really. It's still going to be congestion that happens the same as it does now. It's just going to be, you know, it's going to be less polluting. There'll be less smog. But the congestion problems, like LA, for example, the congestion problems will still stay, won't they?
Probably.
Sorry, I made the mistake of
My-
clicking on Facebook, and they're having a meltdown between Texas and Ukraine. I'm clicking off of it.
Ugh.
Yikes.
Texas came out with the anti-trans stuff, and it's just a scene.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's an absolute just mess right now.
Now, here's a question for you. In Texas and America in general, I suppose, I know, are you like literally a child until you're 21?
Depending on where you live, you can be on your parents' insurance until you're 25.
Yeah, but no, what I mean is, you know, it's like, you know, so they're effectively in Texas, they banned, you know, trans kids aren't allowed to take puberty blockers or even hormones. Now, in the UK, they're not allowed to do any of that stuff until they're 16.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you know, and 18 is when you become an actual adult in the UK. But what's it like in America? Is, you know, because 16 is when you're able to consent to it.
Technically, 18 is adulthood in America, but some things are 21, like alcohol and gambling, which I never understood. Yeah,
it also
tobacco,
depends on what.
yeah.
Oh, true. It also depends on what state you live in.
Yeah.
Because I live in lefty land, and we have quite literally the exact opposite laws of Texas.
Mm.
You go to jail if you maliciously transgender somebody. You go to jail in California.
Misgender people.
So if you piss somebody off enough to report them, you could go to jail for it. You know, if you harass somebody at your work,
Yeah.
like people are.
You did mean misgender, didn't you?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said
Transgender.
transgender, and it's like, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
If someone's
really
cis and you transgender them, I think that would be reasonable to get someone.
No. I'm really.
No, Jeff wants
How do you-
trans people.
No, but if you misgender
How do you
somebody-
transgender another person?
if you misgender somebody, and that's just one of the recent laws where if you maliciously harass, which, let's be real, if you harass anybody, you're going to get fired. Let's be real. You know, if you walk down the street and yell at people, you're going to go to jail. That's just the way it is, you know. So here in California, we're the exact opposite of Texas. Like, we protect children here. and it's so sad. That's why we're even conservatives where I live are shocked.
Mm.
That's why when I was on Facebook right now, most of the people I'm friends with are right-wing landowners, and they're shocked about what's going on in Texas. You know,
Yeah.
so
It's
it's
just cruel.
it's idiotic. But see, it shocks me how when someone says, "Oh, I'm protecting children," but they're harming kids. If you were protecting you would make a law and then leave them alone, not actively seek out to put them in conversion therapy, because that's
Yeah.
really what's going on.
hmm
That's their end game. They want to take a child away from their parent and put them in conversion therapy.
Yeah.
In a state where shooting someone is legal on your front porch.
It kind of, Republicans, small government, except for when it comes to what women do with their bodies, or what trans people do with decide for themselves.
I said this yesterday. I don't understand why. I don't care what. I don't understand why somebody else has say over somebody else's body. They don't.
Yeah.
So why would you make a law against somebody else's body? It's just none of this makes sense to me
Yeah.
whatsoever.
There's an interesting thing in that little document, and it says removing unnecessary body parts, because it talks about mastectomies and but I wonder if that includes foreskins.
No.
That's a good one.
Because Jews and my son's penis should look like my penis.
You know what's really crazy about it? I remember there was a story on, I think it was Pink News a few weeks back, and it was a guy saying how the internet had screwed up his sex life, because what happened was he found his way onto a Facebook group or whatever, and it was American women saying how uncircumcised men were just like ooh, and so he decided that he needed to get a circumcision. And that then took a lot of the sensation away and meant that he was, basically screwed up his life. And it's like, wow. And the thing about it is, circumcision in the UK is incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. And, ironically, where I live in Manchester, they got a lot of public baths, and the public baths were made because it was where you could go and wash. That people didn't own, baths.
I can't remember the last time I saw it.
If you did, it was a tin bath that you brought in the house, and then boiled some water, poured it in, and then poured some more water in to cool it down a little bit, and then you sat in it. It's a bit like the Wild West kind of thing.
Wow.
That's what it used to be like here, and that was up until probably the 1960s for some people. The toilet was in a sort of thing outside in a little shed in the garden. A lot in like I say, in the city where I live, a lot of the old houses, the shed that you keep, the little shed that you keep like the spade and stuff like that in, those used to be the toilet, and then they got plumbing on the inside of houses. So we're talking like houses that were about 150, 200 years ago and stuff like that. And it's just amusing to hear stuff like that. Well, so back in the old Little House on the Prairie days for American colonists, I can understand why, people didn't get the opportunity to have a bath all the time, or wash themselves properly. So you can imagine people probably stank back in the old days, I don't know if you know about what cleanliness was like in the whole Bible kind of era. You literally had a stick and you scraped the poo away, and you took a crap in the ground and buried it. That was how people lived. They would have stunk. We're hyper vigilant these days for cleanliness. back in the old days, they weren't. So, you can imagine something gets stuck under the foreskin, and, that's how you get infections. You get infections, no penicillin in those days, no antibiotics. That's how people die. So you can understand why scraping it away is a cleanliness thing to do. But it's the 21st century. People have had indoor plumbing for a very long time and take showers. So there really isn't a need for it anymore. It's just a weird cultural thing these days.
Yeah.
But what if I really, really, really want to cut off the tip of my dick?
Well, I think that's up to you.
All right. So going by that, I'm gonna. Hang on. Did I wash my knife earlier?
I wouldn't recommend the DIY method.
I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't
Number 12.
recommend the Orthodox Jew method either. They
Sharp stone.
Do you know I walked away and I always come right in the middle of the story.
yeah, you come where you're gonna, buddy.
Well, I come when I can.
Yeah, I'm on SRNI antidepressants, so I don't come at all.
Okay.
Maybe you should try a different one.
I'm gonna write that down. That's good to know.
SSRIs. Yeah.
No. There's SSRIs, which are enough of a bitch on their own, but I'm on SNRI.
I had that kind of problem some years ago, and I changed to something called amitriptyline, and that works very well.
Amitriptyline?
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down.
AMITRIPLYNE.
I just need to find something to write on. All the shit on my desk is Alex's shit. Hey, this hasn't been written on.
AMI.
Amitriptyline, you say?
Yeah, AMI. TRIP. TYLINE. And that's not an SSRI, so you can still get it up.
Woo! Well, I'm gonna throw this out there. Getting it up is not a problem. Finishing,
Yeah, getting it to finish. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the finish line is uncrossable.
Okay, oh god, this is really embarrassing to say it, but so I had exactly the same problem. The way I described it is, imagine a running race. You've just done like the 400 meters or whatever, and you're nearly there. You're on your own, but you're just doing this long run, okay? And so you're nearly there, and like there's two people across with the tape ready for you to run through it and break it, and that's the point, and just as you're approaching, they start running away, the bastards. That's how it felt. You just sort of lose all your momentum, and it's like, what the hell? And then you end up trying running again, and then they run away again, and it's like, oh Jesus, that you lost your mojo, as it were. So that's how it was like. And I say that's how it was like. That's how it's like now. But I don't actually worry about it much anymore. Something that worried me, bothered me at first, but it doesn't bother me anymore.
I retired, so I know.
For you, by the way.
Ever since I retired, I no longer base my life on sex, so it's really saved me all the grief.
Yeah.
See, I don't base my life on sex. It's just that Alex likes when I finish too, because they enjoy the amount of which I finish with.
The thing about it is that I mean, I'm asexual, so I'm not interested in having sex. I'm not interested in penetration or any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
But I have masturbated. I enjoyed it in the past, and but it's good for the endorphins. It's good for your brain, and that was fine. But unfortunately, thanks to HRT, it's I've gone sterile now. It just doesn't do it anymore. I don't get to the end. There is no climax anymore. But that's in the male perspective.
Well, I mean, okay, look at it this way. Like, excluding entirely the male perspective, the idea of not being able to finish as a sexual person just kills me.
Mhm.
Like, I know that asexual people are a thing, and they don't have the same needs as me. But I mean, like,
Don't confuse. I'm asexual. So
oh, no, I'm not saying like I understand that asexuality means for the most part
it has variety. It's not a
sexually
simple
attracted to other
like that.
people. Asexual people masturbate. Asexual people orgasm. All that fun business. I mean, like, but for me, there's definitely more of a need to finish.
Mhm.
I hate to laugh, but you said that in a very hilarious way. I agree. No,
in a funny way.
I agree as well, and I couldn't imagine that. And the reason I brought it up is one of the reasons I do not take psychotropic drugs is because I am my co-pilot is my penis, and I would not know what to do if we couldn't communicate anymore. And I'm not even saying that from the pretentious way, from even in my single hiding in my house way, I still get laid. I can't even say not trying because I do go out and try. But my whole point is like I couldn't imagine not being able to finish. So
yeah, that's where my life.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you about that in the first place.
Mm.
Because yeah. But like I said, I had been in relationships since I was in junior high. So after my divorce and a bunch of crappy relationships, I kind of really don't care anymore. And I don't even know what you call that anymore. I just don't like it's just I think it's more because in the interpersonal side I've had nothing but like train wreck relationships. So after 30 years I'm like, okay, I'll take a break.
Yeah.
See, I mean, Alex is easily my most functional relationship. Romantically, I should probably say.
You know, the sad thing is, my ex-wife and I, we get along better now than when we were together. It's really sad. It's really sad. We talked tonight and we kind of had a laughy heart to heart because we're very like heartless and we're very much like each other. That's hence why we hate each other, and that's it.
There you go.
No, but I had to take a break because I'd had year after year after year of relationships, and after a while it was me. Because you start playing the same book, in different relationships, you are the problem. So,
I mean, it's funny because I'm sort of the opposite of you, in which I mean to say that I already knew I was the problem.
well, I was in my old age, I try not to put my expectations on other people, and 20 years ago I would, and it was constant failure because we're all individuals. We make the decision to come together, but You can't lead a horse to water. So I'm much more accepting of people who are different than me, and I'm saying in a relationship, because I would always date people who are very much like me.
Yeah.
And you don't get very far in an echo chamber.
No. Well, I mean, I remember one of my first relationships as a teenager, and she literally dated me out of pity, and that was so emasculating.
One day I'm gonna make a psychiatrist rich with all my relationships that I've had. One day when I'm willing to sit down and talk about all of it.
Well, I mean, just think, I'm right now I'm engaged with someone half my age.
That as well. I date cougars, so I date older women. Well, they come looking for me. But that's another thing that'll make a psychiatrist rich. Like, how come I don't date a woman my age? Is it because there's a million different questions, or a man, or why I always find an individual that is at least 10 years older than me. More to ponder to make a psychiatrist rich. I always joke, and when I'm stuck on the freeway or something, I'm saying, man, I'm going to make a psychiatrist really rich one day.
Oh. See, I know for a fact I'm going to make some scientist rich because I plan on donating my body to science.
I'm down.
Someone will get rich off of me. I just don't know who, and it doesn't matter because I'll be dead.
If my body helped to research, I would be willing to. I kind of want to be buried under a pod. Those pods where they put you in a pod and you become a tree.
Mm-hmm.
Doc's over there laughing. I want to be put back. I'm not even like in a hippie, not in any other way than just I want to be a giant oak tree one day. That would
be all right.
Oh, what's my thing? I want to be, when I finally die, I first want to be cremated. I think that might be the most eco-friendly thing to do, at least compared to the oak casket thing. And I want whatever tree to be planted above me, and I want someone to take rope to it and shape it to be like a cock and balls. Because there is no better exemplification of my life than a cock and balls.
Hey, the Romans left random penises everywhere. So why not? Why not?
I keep thinking of what is it? Fallout New Vegas. I'm thinking of. Is that it? Where you go up north and find a small village of sort of I don't know, weird nature cults surrounded by a dude who melded with a tree.
Isaiah played that. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I
think that was Fallout New Vegas.
Isaiah played that. Oh yeah. That's California in a nutshell. Every time there's a new fad diet or a Brazilian butt lift or a Brazilian blowout or some craziness, everybody in LA all of a sudden is doing it. Do you know Botox is real? Like, it is not rare to see someone walking around looking like a Muppet with giant lips. It is not rare. I am not kidding you. Or chemical peels. where people get half their face ripped off. Like, they go and pay to get chemical peels. It's not rare at all.
The one thing that is, that anybody getting Botox had better be happy with the job they're getting done, because you can imagine if they were frowning at the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know, I've been around people that get plastic surgery almost my whole life, and I still kind of jump when I see an older woman with just giant oversized lips. I still kind of jump. My mom kind of rolls around in a crowd of women like that, and so it still makes me laugh. My father was one of those people who didn't care. He let his teeth right out of his head. He dressed like the Black Willie Nelson. Like, he truly did not care. I plan on living like that. Like, just not caring what other people think. It's a lot better than people here in Southern California. And I love my hometown, so I won't trash it too hard, but too much plastic surgery is bad.
Yeah.
I'll trash mine.
You know why I keep on moving back here, so obviously something is pulling me back.
I keep moving back, but that's more of a magnetic black hole of Ohio kind of thing.
We say that about my hometown too. One of the things is we always say, as long as you don't become an all-star, you're good. So as long as you don't become like a hometown all-star, or they're talking about your football game from 25 years ago, you're good.
What if you get your game on and go play?
Well, all that glitters is gold, so only shooting stars break the mold. Damn it, Bum! I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head all night now.
And with that, I think I'm gonna end the stream because I have fucked someone's night. Also, it's almost 5 a.m. for me.
It's only almost 4 a.m. for me. Psh.
Oh, it's early.
Man.
It's 1:47 here.
It's 9:47 in the morning here. I haven't gone to bed yet.
Oh,
wow.
Shit. Okay, so Laura's more hardcore than the rest of us.
Absolutely.
My sleeping pattern is somewhere around the Midwest.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're a motherfucking pimp.
So you're on doc time.
Naughty songs.
Probably, yeah. I'm normally up all night, so.
Yeah, I'm a night person.
If the people who have watched take nothing else from this, remember imperialism bad. That's a pretty good takeaway. Is imperialism bad? I think.
And I smoked 6 joints on the night that Russia invaded Ukraine.
Well, damn, you didn't hold back at all, did you?
Well, I went to the shop earlier, and then I got a little bit of anxiety when it all started, so I had to smoke it away.
That's not unfair.
and change the channel.
Not from mine, fortunately, because well, let's face it, I'm a whore and I like views. Which is funny because I actually kind of abandoned my channel like 6 months ago.
If you weren't live, I was going to do my own live stream to explain the things that I explained towards the start.
I think it's important that people know that.
Yeah, no, actually, Laura, if you want, please, absolutely, as soon as YouTube manages to post this, take your explanation and post it as a video. Absolutely do. Because holy shit, that was a good breakdown.
Yeah, what I need to do is sort of make it into more of a script and then read it out rather than ramble. I mean, yeah, I knew what I was talking about because I thought about it a lot, but I do need to sort of, and if I do, I'll just live stream it like I did today, except for, I'll just have more organized words to put together.
I would say that you did a fantastic job, just sort of off the cuff. But if scripting it is what you want to do, absolutely. But if there are any clips from this live stream where you liked what you said, absolutely take it. I have no qualms about that. Absolutely do it.
Yeah,
all yours. Just put some sort of banner around it so YouTube isn't a bitch, because they do.
If you want to find me, anybody watching, I don't know how many people you got watching, but you can find me on my YouTube channel, which is just youtube.com/cliffjumper24, number 2, number 4. And I'm at now_being_Laura on Twitter.
Well, there you go.
Awesome.
And if you want to throw that in the comment section real quick, I can do a thing when I wake up tomorrow, probably in the afternoon, and post it to my Twitter.
Yeah.
So people can find it a little more easily. You had a fantastic breakdown. You helped me understand it better.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's history. It's a long time thing. I am slightly worried that I haven't opened it and looked yet, but sort of in trending in politics is nuclear, which is a bit worrying.
Well, I mean, you look at it, that's the only way to actually fight Russia or the United States. It's nuclear weapons are kind of required in conflict with any expectation of victory. Except, nobody wins. So if you ignore reality, you could win.
Sick.
Yeah, and with that bummer, everybody that has a channel, please feel more than free to shill yourself, because that's a thing I've always done, is happily allowed others to shill themselves on my channel.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have my camera on. I haven't had a shave today or yesterday, so I look frightful.
I would say something about not having shaved myself, but
you've got
with a beard as luxurious as mine, who the fuck would shave?
Yeah, well, I'm not the bearded lady. I had someone tell me something yesterday, which, so one of the things that I haven't really improved on very well is my voice. I don't have a very feminine voice. And, and it's like, it's just hard to do. And a part of me is also, I'm used to knowing what my voice sounds like, and now I'm replacing it, and it just doesn't feel like it's my voice anymore, which sounds strange. So, and someone's like, well, don't bother then. If you like your voice and it works for you, go for it. But, you see, am I doing it for everybody else and not for me?
Do what comes easy to you, though. You don't want to, strain your voice. Just find something that works for you, works easily. Something you can shift to with ease.
Yeah, I do have a softer version of my old voice. I'm gonna show you my I'll tell you my old voice, and it takes a. I'm so used to doing it this way now that it's hard to do. So so this is what I used to sound like. It's got deeper and harder, and there's a bit more growl to it, and it's a stronger sound. But I've now changed it again. Now it's a little softer. You know, a bit more breathy as well.
Yeah, I'm like, so what I've been given to understand recently with my learning of trans people in society is that they owe the rest of society nothing. They only have to transition as far as they please. And like with Alex, really the most they want to do is kind of get more of a masculine voice kind of thing and mastectomy.
Mm.
And that's you know, that's what makes them happy. And I encourage them to only go as far as they want. Because
yeah, and if they're taking testosterone, the voice will get deeper anyway, because testosterone thickens the vocal cords. Unfortunately, it doesn't unthicken. So once it's thickened, and that's it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, mine masculized when I went through puberty. When testosterone,
but I mean, like as far as
so I can't undo it.
Like as far as the part where lopping breasts off comes in, Alex, they don't want their breasts.
And you know, again, it's as far as they want to. You know.
Yeah.
I've got a fun little story before to finish with. So 2019 was when I came out and started living it every day, all day, you know. And I would go to Manchester in the city, and I would talk to street preachers from time to time. You know, well, the first time I managed to do it as my new self, I suppose you could say, you know, I gave as good as you know, this person basically picked me out of me just walking down the street, and just like, men want to be women. Oh, okay, you're throwing down the gauntlet, okay. And I kind of ran rings around him, you know. I mean, there was an amusing part in it where, you know, do you think slavery's all right? I said, and he said, no. And I said, well, that's not what your Bible said. It says it gives rules for slavery. No, it doesn't, he said. I said, it does. You got a Bible there. Read it out for us. Come on, read it out for us. Exodus 21. And, you know, so all right, I will, he said. So he started flicking the pages. He obviously hadn't read that bit of the Bible. Flicking the pages, and he gets to it, and he sort of skims it. And he goes, I'm not reading all that. I said, what do you mean? It's not even a page. Don't worry, I said to the people that were gathered around. I've got that bit memorized. And I basically, you know, when a man goes in alone, he leaves alone. When he goes in with his wife goes with him. But if his man goes in with his wife, and, you know, he's, after 6 years, he gets to go free. On the 7th year, he gets to go free. But he can go with his master to the doorpost, and stick an owl in his ear. And I love my husband. Sorry, I love my master. I love my wife. I love my children. And I do want to go free. Stick a hole in his ear, and then he becomes his master's property forever. You know, and the rest of the crowd around were aghast. They'd never heard that bit before. You know, and you know, so that was kind of entertaining. Because, you know, he really didn't have much of an answer for that, because I just proved the point, and obviously knew the Bible better than he did. But my favorite bit was, as I said, I'm asexual, right? So at one point he said I was guilty of a sexual sin. I said, you know, committing sexual sin. I said, I'm asexual. I've never had sex, not interested in having sex. How can I be committing a sexual sin when I'm literally not having sex? And you could see his eyes buffer. And he the best he could do, he just raised his Bible. We're all sinners to God, he said. And I just said, did you notice how he completely avoided my question? And the people laughed at his avoidance. It was really funny.
Wow.
Obviously, he'd never heard that bit. Never heard that bit before. You know. It's weird how I get people think I'm gay because I'm trans. And the thing is, sexuality is not the same thing as gender.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a fair amount of trans people I know that are gay, but I mean, like that's to say that's the rule is let's be nice and call it misguided.
It's just foolishness because what it is, people think of sex. It's the word sex, and it has multiple meanings.
Yeah.
It's like the word love, but the way you love, your favorite music or artist or your football team is different to the way that you love your sibling, or your different way to you love your parents, or a wife or whatever,
Or your cactus.
Yeah. So all these, that's one word that encompasses quite a lot, and the word sex is very similar. The act of having sex is different to what's written on a birth certificate because the doctor looked between the legs and went, "That's one or the other." Usually, so
your biological status versus your versus the act of coitus.
yeah. But not only that, I find it amusing when I hear the transphobes sort of talk about, it's basic biology. Well, biology, we know, is not basic. They like it's simply this or that kind of thing, and it's like, no, that's not how life works.
Biology kind of is what it is and kind of does what it does, and what fucking happens.
Mhm.
There's kind of a standard mode, the way things go, that gets the species going, but sometimes things happen a little differently. Sometimes people develop a little differently. Sometimes circumstances are just different. Individuals' conditions are just different. There really is no standard, even if there's a common trend. There really is no standard for what sex is or what a person's biological status is.
Yeah. In addition, of course, when they say, it's simple, simple biology or whatever, brains are biology as well.
Yeah. It's
and
extremely complex.
And it's what's in your head, how the neurotransmitters and receivers work, and in what patterns and so on. These are there are going to be some people that are gay, some people that are straight, some people that are asexual, and it's really interesting how you can have in every other aspect, you can have a lot of variation, the spectrum of let's just say sexuality, gay, straight, and in the middle is bi. And people who are bi can lean more towards male or female, depending on who they are. So, it's like I say, there's a wide variety there. Why is it that gender has to be one or the other?
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Because people like little boxes.
I personally identify as agender. I don't ascribe to either masculine or feminine myself. And I don't. I really think it's mostly a social model, a socially imposed model of a person you're supposed to be based on a few superficial traits.
Yeah.
So I kind of reject the concept entirely, really.
Yeah, it's a social
along
construct.
with a lot of other social models for human behavior. There's all kinds of them based on race, based on culture, based on what have you.
Do you know what though? I think leaving it on a nice note is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that if you look, that my grandparents' attitudes were incredibly, poor, to say the least.
Mm.
You know, my mum disowned me for being trans. It's just crazy. My generation, much more accepting, but still, there are many people that are still bigots, basically. But then you've got the millennials, and the millennials are much more accepting. But the millennials will still do punch down jokes, stuff like that here and there. So there's still a bit of it. But the Zoomers, more accepting again. So effectively, as the generations die out and new ones come along, they're becoming less and less extreme. And in America, of course, this is the reason why the politics is, they're trying to sort of stop people voting, because that way they can't vote for the wrong people, the people they don't want you to vote for, kind of thing,
Yeah.
It's because they're, effectively they're terrified that they'll lose power and lose authority to just demand people are who they want to be. And all we need to do really is just to get the younger generation not only voting, but wanting to be voted for.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the movie what's it called? Breakfast Club?
Oh yeah.
And there's the scene with the principal or whatever he is and the janitor, and he says, the thing that really scares me, the thing that keeps me up at night, is one day when I'm old, these kids are going to be looking after me. And the janitor goes, I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah. Because he's such a douche nozzle.
Yeah. But like I say, that is that control. They don't want to be out of control. They want things their way. And the thing that scares me, the thing that bothers me about American politics right now, the whole idea of politics is you have people with different views and they come together and they haggle out an agreement that they can at least walk away satisfied that they got something. It may not have got all their way, but it didn't go all the other person's way. They come up to some agreement, hammer out an agreement that they can both walk away satisfied, that at least, they've got a compromise. But the idea of America, and it's a little bit like that in Britain here and there, but the idea of compromise is a bad thing nowadays. And I don't understand why that is.
Well, I mean, compromise in America doesn't even really exist anymore. I mean, partially because the right wing has gotten so extreme, but also because there is no left wing. It doesn't exist here.
Well, there is a left wing, but our left wing would be considered conservative in other countries.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious, that if I were to go to like Sweden, I would be a right winger, which is, I don't know. It's kind of funny to me.
And the weird thing is, I'm left winger in most ways. Two places that I am a little bit stronger, more right wing, is things like policing, but not in the sort of misusing powers. Just bad people getting away with bad things annoys me, kind of thing. But then in military, I am very much pro-defense. But that's my upbringing. First 17 years of my life was the Air Force, so as a result, that was my way of life and my way of thinking. And I mean, hell, if today isn't an example of why you need a good defense, why NATO is brilliant.
Absolutely.
Because the thing is, do you think that Russia would have invaded Ukraine today if they were a member of NATO?
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason why NATO didn't let them join earlier was because they knew that Russia wanted in there, and they didn't want to risk having a global war, maybe even a nuclear war with Russia. And the thing to bear in mind is that Russia does not have the training, doesn't have the equipment, What it has is the nukes, and Russia knows that if there was a third world war, that Russia would lose, and the only thing they've got to stop that from happening is the mutual assured destruction. It's exactly the reason why North Korea got nuclear weapons. It's for exactly the same motivation. You know, I'll explain this one. This one's much easier to understand. So, what happened was 9/11 happens. George Bush gives the Axis of Evil speech and lists several countries on that list. Now, 2 countries on that list were Iraq and Libya and North Korea. Now, North Korea, you can see they've watched what's happened. So, in Iraq, Saddam Hussein just tried to fight. Not as good as NATO and, you know, the Allies or whatever. And so he got his ass kicked and ended up dead. In Libya, Gaddafi went, okay, I'm not very keen on being on this list, so let's not do that anymore. Let's not be a terrorist state anymore. So I'm going to open things up and try to be nicer. But what happened was he then looked weak on the domestic front, and then you got the Arab Spring, and he ended up dead.
Laura, to not be nice, Saddam Hussein was hung, slapped, and spit on, and Gaddafi got his head chopped off.
Yeah. There's still the dead part though is very common. Anyway, so you know,
I know,
so
but you were being so nice and so English about it. I had to be the brash American.
oh, okay.
Good morning, God.
Yeah. So anyway, what happened? So if you're North Korea and you've just gone and watched, you know, Saddam and Libya, 2 people on this Axis of Evil group, and you're on that list as well. Well, what are you going to do? You certainly can't fight. You haven't got a chance. I mean, you know, they still have Illusion. What was the name of it? Illusion 28 bombers, which are 1950s jets. You know, early bombers, Russian things. Nobody else flies them anymore because they're so old and outdated. Literally, they date from the 50s. You know, like they're like MiG. They still got MiG-15s in service, although mostly in training. The newest thing they've got a few, not very many, MiG-25. MiG-29s. So you know they would just be their military air force would be destroyed in a day. Not even South Korea just kicked their ass on their own. It's only the missiles and barrages that, you know, really, you know, and the fact they just don't want to have a war, you know. But if you're North Korea, it's like knowing that you know your military is never going to be enough to fight off, you know, any, you know, NATO, America, whatever forces. South Korean forces, Japanese, you're never going to be able to kick their ass. They'll just wipe you out in military strength. But if I've got nuclear weapons, I can be up there with the, you know, with the nuclear weapons, you know, powers, mutually assured destruction. You try blowing me up, and I'll shoot missiles at California or wherever. You know, Japan, South Korea. You try taking me out, I'll take you out with me. And this is, you know, well, Putin's in the same situation. You know, Putin is daring NATO, and, you know, it's basically don't try anything. He literally said, you know, that anyone standing in his way will pay dearly, or, you know, it will be costly, or whatever the wording he said for it. And that's basically saying, he's saying it to NATO, don't mess with me, because he's got nuclear weapons. What are you going to do? You're going to have a global nuclear war with me? just for this country that more important to me than it is to you. If it was so important to you, you would have let them join NATO ages ago. So that's the situation we're at today. Because it's a lot like World War II. You're familiar with appeasement?
Mm-hmm.
Where Chamberlain went to see Mr. Hitler and came back with a piece of paper that he waved around saying that, I've got a guarantee from Hitler that he won't expand any further if we let him have Czechoslovakia. And he just ignored it later. Went into France a year later. Later that year even, sorry. That was the appeasement. And effectively, you could say that we've appeased Russia by not getting involved earlier, not letting them join NATO. It's unfortunately it's hindsight is 2020, and unfortunately it's 2022. Anyway, I'm sorry I've rambled again.
That was a lovely ending to the 2022 thing. That was awesome.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I just saw trending on Twitter right now, Romania is on the list of things trending, and 100 miles east of their border, Russian missiles are landing in Ukraine.
Oh, gosh.
So, it is actually a full-scale invasion.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
It looks like loads of people are fleeing, heading towards Poland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Europe is going to be, Western Europe, I should say, is going to be overrun by refugees, and man, let's just say that Europe is going to be so grateful for our financial resources coming for refugees, because damn, they're going to need it.
Okay, this is just weird. Okay, do you know who Tulsi Gabbard is?
Yes, I do.
So she tweeted, this war and suffering could have been avoided if Biden admin NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concern regarding Ukraine becoming a member of NATO, which would mean US NATO forces right on Russia's border.
Oh,
What bollocks that is.
Sounds like another putz that wants to sound important.
Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, that's a thing people have known about her apparently since the beginning. She had me fooled initially, but about a year after she lost her first election, actually she did a bid for president in 2016. She ran as a progressive and failed badly. So she ran right, which is where the money is. And, she hasn't looked back.
Wow.
Nor will she, likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and play my Nintendo 64 because I smoked way too much pot.
I don't blame you. The Nintendo 64 is fucking baller, dude.
Especially
the Zelda games, Star Fox.
I'm obsessed with Star Fox. I had to put it down because I could beat it within like 45 minutes to an hour and a half. So I had to put it down for a while. I was getting too good at it.
Oh, man.
It occurred to me just now that I'm glad that marijuana isn't legal in the UK, because I'm overweight, And I've heard that you can get something called the munchies, and I really should avoid eating as it is.
So the only side effects to marijuana is sleepy, happy, and hungry.
Yeah.
You're forgetting horny.
Oh, true, true, and horny. So
Is that the 10th dwarf?
yeah. Like after this, I'm gonna. Oh damn it! I got distracted. After
Oh
this,
my
I'm gonna
God,
go invade my refrigerator.
Ooh,
I'm gonna.
Sorry, 8th dwarf.
well,
Sorry.
that's a poor choice of words considering the global tumult right now.
Oh, jeez. I can't
That's a
believe
stoner reference. I'm not declaring war on cornbread. Going in my kitchen.
You could be.
Declaring a war on my arteries is what I do. That is the one
I
thing about
actually think
pot.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm hungry as fuck.
That's the one thing about pot is that everything tastes good. So sometimes I don't know if it's that I really like it or if it's that it just tastes good. Like I could be a really crappy cook and not know it, and my kid's just being really nice to me.
That's
I don't-
probably it.
Yeah.
I don't think I could watch Snow White ever again now and not think about the 8th dwarf horny.
Happy, horny, sleepy, grumpy.
Sleepy, happy, hungry. Those are the only side effects to marijuana. That's like the sewing 3 rules: feed me, fight me, fuck me. I call it the 3 Fs.
Oh shit! I am about to grab a really small snack and head to bed though. So yeah, thanks for hopping on. I really appreciate it. Don't not making me ramble by myself.
Of course.
Take it easy, kids. I'll see you around next time.
Bye bye, buddy.
Bye.
TTFN.